Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm actually a little bit closer to starting on time right now. I'm gonna need a minute or two to get everything set up, and we are finally back to House of Light tonight. So I've been really looking forward to doing some more of this, especially because the timing was a little weird for House of Light. The early beta came out, and oh, my tea's done. The early beta came out, and we got to play a little bit of it. Oh, I forgot to disable the. Sorry, just give me a second here. There is an extension that I enabled for Disco Elysium that I want to turn off. All right. Hopefully you can reset your streams and Disco Elysium should go away. So anyways, the early beta came out. I'm really looking forward to, to really getting in depth with the House of Light material. I do know that some of the stuff I'm looking forward to will actually be coming out a bit later in the beta, or it may even just be something that comes in the final version of the game. I also want to double check my mic level because I know that changed during Disco Elysium. No, that seems to be fine. There was an OBS update, so all of my audio levels and all of that seem a little funny, but we should be good. But yeah, so as it just turns out, I had my birthday where we did some Disco Elysium. There was a local game dev meetup this week. And so all of the opportunities that I would normally be taking to play House of Light haven't really materialized. But we're good to go. I double checked something in terms of the game itself. I had a little bit of a streamer specific issue with, it's not even really worth going into a whole lot of detail, but there was something that made me want to just sort of hold off from playing around with the game too much. But that seems to have been resolved, and I obviously haven't gone into that specific save again, but I think we're good to go. And what we're going to do is we'll read the introduction again just to be sure. I'm going to take a minute here to get my tablet out so I can write down some details such as the version number. If I run into anything, I want to make a note now, because if I don't, then I'm not going to submit the bug report. And that is one of the things I want to highlight about this stream. So, I'm happy to do this early look. I'm happy to do this early look on stream. I'm very grateful that Weather Factory has done this, but it is worth remembering that this is a beta test. This is, Weather Factory is looking to get feedback from people who have given them feedback in the past. And Kieran, how you doing? Hope you're having a good evening. Stuck at work, so you're going to lurk? Well, I hope you enjoy the lurk. I hope you enjoy whatever you can see of the stream. We're going to get into the game properly in a minute. But yeah, I just, for me, if I don't, so I've noticed that even if I batch things during a stream, I just tend to rush when I'm submitting my bug reports, and I've actually run into a case where it just wasn't as informative as it could have been. So I'm going to take the time to write down some details now. And that will save me messing up the whole beta test thing. And of course, it goes without saying that because we are enjoying an early beta of House of Light, there's a sign up here, early beta. Please do not be making buying decisions, at least as far as the finished product's concerned. Some of you may be seeing this on YouTube later and seeing this, at the time that House of Light is available. Some of you may be on the fence about this particular DLC. Really, if you are waiting to see the game or the expansion to decide whether or not this is something to purchase, you really want to be seeing the finished product. I've run into at least one bug which for me, and this is a very specific streamer thing, stopped me from playing for a little while. And I can say very happily that Weather Factory puts a lot of work into their games, puts a lot of work into their updates, and if there is an update that messes with something, they tend to be pretty good at fixing it right away. So with that in mind, I just wanted to make people, I wanted to sort of just be clear in terms of what we're playing and what some of the limitations will be. So with that in mind, we still get a chance to talk about what is in the House of Light expansion. So, in the House of Light is a big expansion woven deep into the game. Here's a spoiler light guide on how to find the new bits. Food. Combine ingredients at the 3 kitchen workstations to create dozens of new dishes. You will need kitchenware items to find all the recipes. Tip: the spice scales and the spices and savers skill will substitute for each other. A writing case. Once you've received this gift, you can record addresses from the calling cards left by satisfied visitors and write to these visitors to invite them back to the house. Tip: visitors don't arrive instantly. Visitors don't leave calling cards unless you've helped them, and some visitors are easier to summon than others. Salons. Place food and drink in one of the 6 salon rooms and then use the bell to begin a salon. Do it right and you'll be rewarded with sparkling conversation and lessons. Tip: visitors usually prefer food and drink which matches their primary interest, but some have additional requirements. Beta note: there's about 4 interactions in here, but probably another 100 to go. In particular, the villagers don't yet have unique interactions. Manuscripts. Use paper, ink, and a skill to write a manuscript based on that skill. These manuscripts may be necessary to satisfy thirsts for specific knowledge in further stories. Lessons from salons will help you improve those skills and write more useful manuscripts. You can't reliably control what visitors will discuss. It's a party, not an interrogation, but they'll usually provide lessons related to their shared interests. Further stories. Once you've completed an incident, follow it up in the Tree of Wisdoms. Visitors will need more specific help here, perhaps a book on a specific topic or a specific book. Note: further stories for the Invisible Opera and Dappled Rose are not yet available in beta. Tip: an affair opens to further stories once all interested visitors have had the opportunity to ask you for help with it. Be aware, in some further stories, it can make a difference who you originally helped. Be careful, this is one part of the game where choices can sometimes have permanent consequences. And the Institute. Look for the lighthouse out at sea. When your visitors are ready, use it to establish the true heirs to the Curia of the Isle. Note: only a very limited and incomplete preview of the Institute functionality is available in beta. Further stories outcomes can inspire your visitors to support the Institute for their own reasons. Their nature is constant, but some story outcomes can make them decide to emphasize one agenda over another. All right. Oop. So, one thing I want to maybe highlight for myself. So I don't play any of these things quickly. So before the Curia, before the Dewolfs, before the Church of the Unconquered Sun, the Sisters of the Knot, we'll never know how that ends. So I did want to stress for myself that I play the game rather slowly, but I definitely feel it's safe to say that the House of Light material is not something that you directly experience until after sort of the first stages of the game, right? So we washed up at St. Brendan's Cove, we got through our friends, we introduced ourselves to everybody, and we're starting to unlock different parts of the house. But based on that information that we were given, let's think about the things that we can do. Well, we've satisfied a few visitors, and so we can use the writing case to talk to people. If I would like, I can also, leave this somewhere in the house. I think I'll keep it on me. So one option here would be, okay, we're going to, how do I put this? We want to try and bring people as quickly as possible. Fair enough. We need to at least be able to write certain inks. So based on who we have right now, we need 3 Forge, 3 Nectar, or actually I guess it doesn't have to be ink, skills, memories, or inks. So 3 Forge, 3 Nectar, or 3 Sky. So we need to at least be able to satisfy that when writing an invitation to a guest. In addition, we also need to have a place to host. So right now that is the Physic Garden, and I don't think we have any other locations that we can host a party at Salon. So that's going to be one factor that I need to keep on top of. But on top of that, I'm not entirely sure that I can place any food down yet, and so it's maybe not going to be that exciting of a gathering. I don't know if I'm actually going to see any results out of that. And so to do that, I would want to unlock the kitchen, which I'm actually 2 steps away from being able to do. So the reason why I just wanted to highlight that is that I know it's often the case that you will download a DLC and, want to get into it right away. And sometimes it'll be, okay, where's the content? If I don't have the content, I'm mad at the DLC. And this isn't always true, like Dark Souls. Dark Souls, it feels like it hid the some of the new bosses from me. I think there was a boss that I never actually knew about until somebody told me, yeah, no, they're the DLC bosses. So, but yeah, I mostly just wanted to highlight this idea that we have, we have a bit of time before we can really yeah, it is done. Okay. We do have some time before I'm actually getting into some of the House of Light stuff. Now I don't want to delay it. Obviously I'm spending a lot of time talking about it right now. But I just wanted to give a little bit of an impression in terms of the where I think we are in terms of the beta and the new content. I'm trying to remember if Musgrave was. I don't think he was the 5th. I think he was the 4th. Yeah, because the second Baron's the one that Hush House is named after. Baron Silence. This guy. Oh, it says second Baron Brandkrug. So yeah, I think it's Gideon, Thomas, we've already got Ambrose. I'm trying to remember the second. Solomon was the... Oh, wait a minute. I think this is Willem Harries. No, Willem Harries brought the key long lost. Natalia Berlot, Fraser Strathcoyne. Oh yes, let's hear the update on the alpaca farm. All right, something for us to consider later anyway. So, we're currently unlocking the Reeking Chamber. I'm trying to remember if we had anything... Well, I guess there was the Silvered Snares, which we would use Mr. Kill for. Then we also have the Gloomy Stare. So I think we're definitely bringing in Mr. Kill today. Maybe let me just note that for myself. Didn't end up doing the work for the guy who was arranging it. And I quote, young attractive gals to draw attention. Oh, fair enough. You could dress up. Okay. Let me just work something out here. So we're going to have Mr. Kill, which is 2 winter. Then Whist, 2 winter. Then let's just say a memory to... Yeah, so it's easy for us to get the 6. So regardless of what happens tonight, we'll definitely bring him in. So speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. We don't know what the weather is yet, but let's take a look at what some of our options for books are. So we've got Radical Measure, which is a 10 rows text. I sort of feel like I should be adding this to the too difficult pile. Okay, so 108 is something we can read. Orchid Transfigurations we can read. Yeah, all of these we can read. Or should be able to read, at least. These ones are a little more tricky. So we are going to wait to see what the weather brings, but let's just think about what our strategy for each of these will be. So with 108... we do not yet have pentiments and precursors. So if I put my health to work. I actually don't have anything else. So I would need to think of, I guess I would need fear, and then I would need some other memory to work with it. Okay, so I'll set that one aside. Orchid Transfiguration's a feast. Now we don't yet have any Arab. I'm actually thinking, yeah, so we've got Sea Stories, but that's really our only Grail. But we do have the spice scales, so if I get a 2 Grail memory, we're good to read that. For Knock, I guess we have the preliminal meter. Now that gives us 2 to work with. But I don't think I have a pattern yet. And a pattern isn't something that I can get from a conversation with Mr. Kill. So that's an open question right now about whether or not we can do anything with that. Okay, good to know. And then Vincent's Minglings. Trying to think how I might be able to make something work here. So this is one that I think we'll be able to get in future, but not now. So we have the foresight that we can work with. That brings us up to 3, but we don't yet have a tool that gives us that 1 extra forge that we need. But we will be getting that as we move up through the house. So, yes. It's a twofold strategy that we'll employ here. So one, I'm going to keep going through the house as far as I can. No, I think mostly seeing the new content at the moment cured. I don't have a specific restriction that I'm applying. I haven't committed anything to the Tree of Wisdoms yet, but I am going to be changing that momentarily. Right now, I just want to catalog as many books as I can and find out what we have. Basically, like, what do we need? What do we need to make progress? Why is this set aside up here? Yeah, so these are all in languages I don't understand. Okay, I think I'm ready to unpause. Or no, I need to make some money. So we're probably not going to be working with scale right away, so manual labor. I suppose I am going to need to decide whether or not I try to read any of these books. Sunny Day doesn't really change the equation at all. So if I wanted to try the Orchid Transfigurations, what do I have as far as... We really don't have that much in terms of Grail, so maybe we're going to hold off reading any books right now. The Stolen Secrets would be good for the Knock, actually. But I think in this case here I'm going to catalog some books, and then we'll see where the day takes us. So before I go too far, let's say we will catalog... I'm going to catalog 1 book with the Tryst. I'm going to have to save the Fete just to make sure that Mr. Kill doesn't wind up... I'll do this risky solar book. I need to make sure that Mr. Kill has like a hindsight or something to boost his winter. So we'll keep that Fete aside. And then, yeah, we'll see where the rest of the day goes. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Oh, also, I'm saving the Stolen Secret. Alright, Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Coffin Maker's assistant, a tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He also has been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So we'll start with the whist right away. I'll probably try to recover that whist and the health, but let's see where we go. All right. The Mazarine Room, Kitty's pride and the house's joy. Kitty Mazarine was better known for her vocal compositions, but she was a versatile musician, and on winter evenings she'd invite visitors and villagers alike to her recitals. Kitty Mazarine, this bust is carved from black limestone. I think it was Kitty was the one that I was misplacing. Oop, not 7th librarian. All right, we have the Quivering Double Bass. The better it gets, the fewer of us know it, Ray Brown. I have been a string in a harp, disguised for 9 years in water, in the foam of the sea, the battle of the trees. Simplicity is the final achievement. After one has played a vast quantity of notes and more notes, it is simplicity that emerges as the crowning reward of art. Friedrich Chopin. And celebrate the god of joy with your own joy. Bacchae. So we have the Rose-Haunted Hall, which will require Grail and Nectar, neither of which we have. So the simplest thing that we can try right now would be the Ruinous Hall, I think. Yeah. And then it is autumn, so we do have the option of hiring an orchard keeper, but we'll see where it goes. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Now, if I would like, I can take a basket of clean linen and use that to restore my whist. The pros for that would be I can I basically get another action for the day, so I could catalog a book. And then the con would be it costs a bit of money to do the laundry. Well, you know what? That's not a good enough excuse. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Restore a fatigued soul card. So we can do the laundry overnight, and that'll save me the trouble. So basically we can keep making money at the Sweet Bones throughout the day, and then make our decisions in terms of next steps based on how the what opportunities come up. All right, A Descent of the Shell, a treatise on eggs, light, and optics by Abbess Melisande, dazzlingly illuminated with renderings of the abbess's visions. We'll see what Mr. Kill gives us after a conversation with him. My assistant and I would be prudent. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Now I think what I'm going to do here, we'll pay for the meal. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. I think we can use this desk here, the vagabond desk. So I'm going to use the fete here just because we know we're going to have the whist coming up, which we can use to get the extra element of the soul if I need it. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. Of course, rarely is not never. Okay. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? So this foresight would be helpful for something like Vinzant's Minglings. In fact, if I had an element of the soul ready, what I could try and do here, this will actually take 2 elements of the soul, but what I could try and do is I could try and read this book with Anbury and Lapidary, I could add the foresight, and what I would then do is read another book with a foresight. The Codex Acephali, sometimes called the Book of the Clean Skull. The book contains accounts of enlightenments available through the gradual surgical removal of the lobes of the brain. Okay, there's a regret, which is what we needed from Mr. Kill, so let's talk with him about that right now. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. Okay, I deserved a little quiet time. Now, I'm going to be cutting it kind of close with my elements of the soul, but I have a plan for today. So first of all, we're going to wait to get the health back. Okay, so here's how this is going to work. So better now. So I'm going to bring back this other whist. We'll use the tuppence here. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. And what we're going to do now, I think I need to use the reading room desk in this case, so I can use the lantern here and the foresight here, and Anbury and lapidary, that gives me sky. So right now we have 3 forge. That's not actually enough for us to read the book, but what I'm going to do here is I'm going to read Vinzant's Minglings. Now, in a perfect world, I would have something like spanners, or I would have, you know, some item that I could use to put in the slot with a forge. My second best in this case is going to be I'm going to read a book with the with foresight. So we'll go to the pale desk with my health. We'll read In the Mallory. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Now, Mr. Kill may wind up giving me what I need, but if he doesn't, I'm not going to have the full minute. So this is a chance for me to try and make a bit of progress in terms of my skills. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So I'm just going to keep using the talk verb for the next little while. There's not a huge reason to do so, but we don't have that much to do with Mr. Kill for the rest of the day, and I think at the very least it gives me some options in terms of what I can sleep on in my bed in the lodge. The one thing I know we won't be doing is taking advantage of the sunny day today. There just really isn't any kind of opportunity for us to work with this. Okay, dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Okay, there's still a chance. We've got 2 memories and art. It's educational. Both of these will work for us. So, in the Mallory, a lively account of the creation of each jewel at the world's beginning. Lively, yes, but almost entirely nonsense. Pearl, the tears of the forgotten moon, caught by the lionsmith in his net. Ruby, the blood of the first bird, stung by the lionsmith's hammer. The author is either terribly misinformed of the nature of the hours, or, one begins to suspect, intentionally throwing up a smokescreen to confuse seekers of the invisible arts. But there are some useful crumbs of fact to be picked out of the daft and gaping cracks. So this foresight will be helpful, but given that we have the art, I'm trying to remember if we have any forge art that we can work with. Yes, Ambrose Westcott. Nope, hang on. He's not art. But Dr. Serena Blackwood is. So I think I'm going to hang on to this foresight because we may be able to do something with it. Better now. All right, we're going to use this to make some money. I could offer some help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Unfortunately, I think I won't have enough time to restore it. All right, I'm going to stay the course. I need to make sure I don't let the art lapse, otherwise I'm going to feel very foolish. So we're letting this close. We're saying that we're not going to use the foresight. We're going to let that close. There's still a chance. He's given us a lot of gossip. All right, wall art. Take a moment to look at something here. So Dr. Serena Blackwood, no one is in this picture, only an empty garden. That gets us the 4 forge that we need to solve the mystery of the book. Okay, so if I restore my whist, I need to find a 30-second item to apply it towards. I don't think it's worth it in that case. So I figure what we can do, we can restore, have something cleaned at the Sweet Bones for a shilling. The Sweet Bones will take care of my laundry. Oop. Sweet Bones is taking care of my laundry. Hello, Mojo Storm. How you doing? All right, so that was a memory. Sorry, that was a lesson that we weren't expecting to get. So I think that's a pretty good day by our standards. Vinzant's Minglings. The metallurgist and skysmith Everett Vinzant speaks of the sacred alloys, the alloys eternal, the alloys sufficient, the alloys intendant. Everett describes the voices and powers of mortals and immortals based on their composition by analogy to the sounds and strengths of bells based on the metals of their casting. Vinzant warns that the mingling of metals too great a nobility can produce the alloys incestuous. He suggests very cautiously that the means used by the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame to produce their heirs may have analogous issues. For though the crime of the sky might be circumvented, yet the law remaineth the law in spirit as in letter. So here we have bells and braziers, and looks like that is a foresight that we get. So we'll add that to the foresight list. We're probably going to wind up changing where all of these things go, but right now... Hello, McCasey! Always happy to see the emotes being used. And yeah, I'm looking forward to playing this as well. I felt a little bad that we got sidetracked, but I don't think the diversions were... they weren't unpleasant. I was happy to do them, just there's always that challenge in terms of... Somebody called me. Interesting. Sorry, I don't understand why. I think I've been really clear about this with people, but I still get messages telling me how to play Book of Hours on YouTube, and I want to try and delete them as quickly as I can. All right. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. And I don't think we have anything else we want to get from memories, so... Gloomy Stare. This has long been a holy place, but the Madrigad has withdrawn her favor now, and a chillness waits here where dawn will not touch it. Only once it is pacified can I safely pass. So yeah, we might be I'm trying to figure out if we net it out. I think we're actually down a little bit in terms of money, but that's fine. I mean, again, we got the extra skill. The biggest constraint I'm feeling right now is because I haven't committed anything to the Tree of Wisdoms yet. But I still like the idea of at least knowing what we've got. Oh, I did not know that McDonald's had a birthday in the UK. You just got given a shirt with, and this is for legal reasons, Primace and the Hand Burglar and some kind of bird. Fascinating. Yeah, so this is the challenge, right? Like, one thing I could do is actually catalog a lot of these books a lot faster if I committed these things to the Tree of Wisdoms. And yet one of the challenges would be that I have more opportunities to know what lessons I would be getting and what are achievable before I commit them. Obviously, I would like to be a little more thoughtful in terms of how I put them. Oh, actually, sorry, I think, Kira, you had a question in terms of... one private goal I'd like to give myself, and this is why I've been a little reluctant to commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms, I'd actually like to take more advantage of these pathways. It's like, if I commit something to Bossk, I don't need the first level of Skolakosophy. I can actually bring that up to level 2. And likewise, if I get up to Skolakosophy 5, I can go all the way to Nyctodromy 8. And there's a few different variations on that. So this does create some challenges in terms of where the best opportunities are. So for instance, if I do, let's actually use this as an example. So we say, oh, Illumination, I like Illumination, so Illumination 7. Well, if I have Hushery 6, I can take that there. Well, I can go Illumination 3 up to Hushery 4, or alternatively, I can go Nyctodromy 4 up to Hushery 5, then Hushery 5 to 6, and then up to Illumination 7, so on and so forth. Yeah, so I'd kind of like it. I was short in the previous playthrough of being able to get to level 9 in all of these disciplines. And I've never actually sat down and worked out what the optimal path is through all of this. I think probably the way I would start would be to see, like, what's the furthest that I can go. Because some of them only have, like, a single branch. So, for instance... if I want to level up Birdsong like this, I really have to start at Birdsong 5 and go up to 9, which of course would imply that I need to get to Horamachistry 4. But of course then there's the alternative, well maybe I do Birdsong, 2 to 9 and then I move down to Horamachistry. Like there's no rule saying that I always have to move up. One thing that's interesting about Horamachistry is that if I go all the way up on Ithistry is actually an interesting one, right? Because if I go up to if I say Ithistry 1 to 5, then I can go Horamachistry 5, go 1 down on Horamachistry to get us to Birdsong, and then take us up the rest of the way. So Ithistry might be an interesting place to start us off. But then that sort of stops the path. I could maybe, make a hop to Illumination and then up to Illumination 3 and then take the Hushery path up to, up to Illumination 7. There's a few jumps there. But I mean, essentially that would mean that I would go Hushery 4 to 9. And then I guess I could go Nyctodromy 4 to 9 there, which would allow me to go from Skolakosophy 5 to 9. And then that would leave the Bosque wide open. So I need to figure out what my strategy would be for preservation in the Bosque. Well, there's still some possibilities there, I think. And then, of course, you know, once I've sorted out what my, placements are going to be, I can commit the others. But yeah, that's maybe one private goal that I have. All right, let's carry on with the run. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Well, I've also played the game a couple of times, Mojo Storm, so I feel like, you know, I probably, this is not how I would have done it the first time. All right, fresh, clean, dry. So I think in future I'm going to try and earn enough money to hop back and forth in terms of the sweet bones. I also didn't commit to a memory here, so I don't think we have any books that we've cataloged that recommend the saving of one over another. Stolen Secret does give me 2 moon. The Gossip might be... Actually, I don't think we can keep the Gossip, though. Yeah, it's basically the Foresight or the Stolen Secret. So the question would be, do I want Lantern and Forge or Knock and Moon? I think I'll keep the Stolen Secret just because it's a little rarer. Or it feels a little rarer, rather. You've noticed the late game of Book of... not reached the late game of Book of Hours, so you're still in the guesswork stages of unlocking random rooms and reading whatever I can. Yeah, I don't find it that hard to open up the rooms and such. And the funny thing is that the skills don't directly help with that. They only help through your ability to acquire certain items that make it easier to open up those rooms. But yeah, I'm definitely a lot more interested in getting the lessons and also kind of just getting through the seasons and adding some more people to my writing case. So the glorious stair. Each stair tread is decorated with a quotation from the Book of Suns, so that the congregation might be edified as they ascend. The quotes are worn to half legibility by the passage of all those worshipful feet, which may be why some of these quotations differ troublingly from any orthodox version. It has, of course, been claimed that the Sisterhood of the Knot, who first held the Isle, also held a copy of the long-suppressed Shuritic version of the book. So we've got the Solar Gothic period here. I can't remember if I read that before, but from the 11th to the early 16th century, the Sisters and Brothers of St. Brendan's dwelt on the Isle. It was a holy place, a wealthy place, and a centre of learning, though a surprisingly obscure one. Then in 1534, the Bronze King Henry dissolved the foundation, exiled the Brethren, and gave the Isle to the family de Wolf. We have not yet had a Numa, but this is also our first year in the game, so I don't know if there's a limit in terms of when the first Numa comes or not. I feel like the game probably wouldn't just throw a Numa at you first thing, but I could be wrong on that. Okay, so we might be stuck until we get certain seasons. I may have to push up my skill commitments. Let's think about this a little bit. So with Mr. Kill, we can go for a skill, a memory, so we can get him up to 6. I'm trying to remember if Eigengrau has 2 winter or not. I feel like it's just 1. I can check my reference notes, but I want to see if I can do this by memory. So that's a maybe. A storm cracks open some of these other rooms right away. Yeah, I'm doubtful about a couple of these. So I suppose the question would be, what is the advantage to me bringing in a winter follower right now? Like, why would I want to talk to Mr. Kill about memories? And I think, honestly, I can't think of one. So I'm going to get help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. The priority is going to be cataloging books until we have a better idea of what is going on. This book was probably written around the time of Hushhouse's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So I don't think we're going to read any books tonight. Ooh, that changes everything. So fog gives us a nice advantage. So it's an advantage both for Moon and for Nock books, so we might want to take a minute and think about what our best opportunity is. It's about the same, actually. So technically we get one more with Moon because of Trist. So if we go 10, that's 7. 6 with the Moon. 4, 3. Yeah, we still don't have enough, even with the Catwink. So I think probably traveling at night or treaties on the underplaces. Now the nice thing about traveling at night is that it gives us Edict's Liminal. Edict's Liminal will get us extra knock for future... Well, actually that'll just bring us up to 2, but it will give us the Moth. The alternative is Horns and Ivories, I believe, gives us Scale to work with, which we don't yet have. Actually, that's the play. So now we need to see whether or not we can pull this thing together. Also, let's just make sure I don't have any other Nock texts. Yeah. Okay. So if I want to use Preliminal Meter, I'm going to have to do that at... So Vagabond's Desk won't help me there. This doesn't have Rose or Nock. Right, okay. Well, there we go. Now I can craft a secret threshold. Alright, I'm a match for this book. Enough Nock to match Mystery Nock. I'm actually going to check another book, although because this is my health, I'm going to make it a nocturnal book. This book was probably written around the time of Hushhouse's nocturnal period after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Carried a memory like a flambeau, safe through the mazes of night. So my priority for the next little while is going to be helping all of the guests that have that aren't in my writing case. So even if they have a language that I really want, I'm going to deal with the inconvenience in order to just in order to make a little bit more progress on having our gatherings. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. We've got the Radical Measure, the glossed version, so that's 12 rows. Love to read it, but a bit beyond our abilities right now. Actually, I think we have both editions of the Radical Measure now. Oh, maybe not. But yeah, so first priority is going to be to fill up the writing case. And then after that, we'll try and prioritize a few languages. Although we are going to have to care about what things we fulfill and what things we don't. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. From history to eternity. This is a 10 moth text. Pretty unlikely we're going to be able to read it, but we are running out of space. So, what's my new overflow section? So the idea here is we're going to alternate the whist throughout the day, sort of using it to earn money. And then at the end, the hope is that we'll be able to convert this into something that will catalog a book, and then in the meantime at the Sweet Bones we will do the laundry. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. This is the drawback about not committing the things to the Tree of Wisdoms. There are sort of these lags while we're waiting for things to happen. Better now. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Okay, so more soiled laundry, but an opportunity to catalog something. So we'll move on. I'll save the nocturnal stuff. We don't exactly need more shelf space at the moment, so I think I'm going to clear out the Flood Gallery. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And a treatise on the underplaces. Herein, the 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hersault describes the bounds or underplaces on the borders of dream. He warns that they shift over time. The walls of the mansis, Hersault begins, are the size of starlight. Many of his directions are equally unhelpful, but common relationships do emerge. A picturesque account of a journey through nightmare interspersed with what might be partial rites. On the 18th ascent is the bud, on the 36th ascent, the blossom. So we get fear for that. That's 2 scale. That's worth remembering. And horns and ivories, which should also give us some scale. So I don't recall if I have a fear shelf. I don't think I do, but let's just double check. Okay. So the fear is going to be an important one. In fact, if I don't think I can take that overnight with me. Nope, it's scale, so I can. So that is going to allow me to open up 108, which is exactly the sort of thing I want. So let's get the Horns and Ivories lesson, use this lesson to acquire a new skill. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. So this one has Keeper Skin and is in Kilisimi. So both of these have Keeper Skin, so we might as well put these together. This is the risk that I run every time I do these catalogs. I don't have a whole lot of skills to be able to renew my my Elements of the Soul, but essentially my attitude on this right now is just, you know, hold back, see what happens, and if I have to deal with a sickness, I'll deal with it at the time. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Horns and ivories, the hunter, the way, and their memories. 1 knock, 2 scale. And I did forget to read Bells and Braziaries, that resonance which lingers from the hammer's touch. Another thing that I probably want to consider is I'd like to get a first level of a bunch of different skills, but I might want to resist actually leveling them up until I have a bit more of an idea of where I'm going with all of this. Okay, we will renew our Whist one more time. So for instance, my usual habit, and I did this with Quenchings and Quellings, is that when I have multiple lessons learned, I'll usually just put them towards the skill that that shares its name, right? So if I get Edict's Liminal, or actually here's a good example. If I read the Radical Measure, I would use that. Hello, Delu Daybreak. I saw that you were streaming art earlier. I was just getting ready to start this. So I hope you had a wonderful stream. While we are renewing, oh, hello. My bitrate is terrible. What's going on here? Sorry, just give me one quick second here to see if I can... You drew something extremely cursed. Feel free to share with the class if you are so inclined. I do know that you were a Crypt of the Necrodancer streamer. In fact, that saves me talking about what you stream to the audience. I don't really believe this Twitch thing. Like, yes, there was a spike earlier, but sorry to diagnose the stream while I'm... Just gonna do one more thing here. Okay. Let's try and push ahead and see where all this goes. You drew a handsome Squidward, but as a skeleton. That sounds like a really good time. Anyways, I'm sorry, I didn't give a great shout out to Deluge Daybreak, but this is someone who actually found me through Rift of the Necrodancer, but has also been streaming, Morrowind. And on top of that, I found out it does art. But one thing I really enjoyed was actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this was your first experience of House of Light. And so I also get the warm fuzzies of being able to introduce someone to this game that I really, really like. So just one more second, please. Oh dear. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. The Twitch telling me that I've got an unstable stream really messed with me here, but I actually think we're fine. All right, sorry about that. So let's carry on. But yeah, so I was talking about this. So we've got quenchings and quellings, which we leveled up to its top level. But what I really want to do here is I want to have one of everything. And then we sort of want to work out what our path is through the Tree of Wisdoms. And part of what will decide what gets leveled up will be how useful it is to me. So for instance, some of those ink skills can be very helpful, whereas an Edict's Martial is another example of something that I like to level up. But some of them do also have duplicates. So I want to, where I can, I want to try and make the most of my... I kind of want to make the most of my opportunities in terms of reading the books. Now the good news is again, we have more books than we really know what to do with, but I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug and not everyone here knows their letters. One other thing I'd like to do is actually work out whether or not we're getting ahead in terms of whenever I get the sweet bones to do my laundry. Okay, so we do want to read 108. We'll get pentiments and precursors out of that. I'll sleep on the fear memory for that. This gives me desires and dissolution, so we don't have that yet. And so theoretically, traveling at night would be the first case where I need to make a decision as to whether or not I use it to level up or not. All right, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So we'll go with the fear. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Oh, also, I think I'm going to be short in terms of time for the sweet bones. So we won't be able to start working at the very beginning of the day, but that's life. The sweet bones is taking care of my laundry. Okay. So if we get a storm... this might change things, but at this point, I'm probably reluctant to hire anyone to do stuff in the house. I think at the very least, I need to improve my skills, or sorry, improve my my elements of the soul before I do any of that. And I don't think I want to commit anything to the Tree of Wisdoms until I've cataloged and read all the books. So that gives me a goal to shoot towards. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So we need to wait for the memory. There we go. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. So this is an easy one for us, right? We use our health, we read 108, add the fear, and we're still one short. Actually, you know what the funny thing is? I could have used health, fear, and the scale, the hourglass. I think I even set aside that book to do it. Oh, wait. I definitely have the hourglass. Oh, right, in the Flood Gallery. All right, so anyways, I can master this mystery enough scale to match mystery scale. So this was an option that I had even without reading the book, but in the end, I've saved myself the trouble of deciding what to do with the Edict's Liminal. So, Cloudy Day gives us Moon and Moth. I'm not really sure there's a whole lot that we can do with that, to be completely fair. Let's just double check. So if we hire the Orchard Keeper, we get Grail and Nectar. If we hire Mr. Kill, we get Winter and Sky. so those aren't necessarily compatible. Neither of these are moon or moth. All of these are these are more challenging, so I'm not expecting too much out of these. And I don't really have anything I want to craft. So yep, we're just going to apply ourselves to more cataloging. So we'll use our trusty Trist. Now again, using the same item over and over again is more or less a guarantee that at some point we're going to get hit by the curse. But like I said, we just move ahead. There's no point in getting overly cautious with this sort of stuff. We'll just make the most of the day and see what we can get done. Use the Vagabond desk to catalog another baronial book. Oh, sorry, Curia book. And I don't really have a problem using Winter to read one of these, so I'll obviously want to have one whist to make money with, but this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. All right, fresh, clean, dry. I can offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to write down how the day works. So, whist, and that's 6 pence. I want to see how much I'm walking away with when all is said and done here. Right, the Geminiad, that takes Fusine, so not available to us. Also, his weaving and not working, so something I don't mind setting aside for another time. Have a good one, Kieran. I think you're still working, so I hope things don't get too busy for you. Advice on containment. Thyrza Blake discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and mantis things in it. So this is a good one because it will give us glass blowing and vessel crafting. I believe that is a Knock and Sky text. So that's an alternative to reading Traveling at Night Volume 1. And A Key of Night, the deliberations leading to a manifesto of the Worms of a Scale as recorded around 1900 in the Bar Vienna in the cellar of the Hotel Ciervo in Noon. So this is worth thinking about because if we have the Key of Night, so this gives us pentiments and precursors as well. Well, that's the challenge. So that would be another decision that I need to make. So let's just play this through. If we have a skill that gives us 2 scale, so 2 scale from the skill, 2 scale from the memory, fear, 1 scale from heart, and then 1 scale from the hourglass, that's actually enough. The only thing here is, again, we may not want to level up pentiments and precursors so quickly. Now, one thing I did forget to do is restore an element of the soul using my sheets. So, quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. It's early enough in the day that that's not a big deal that we did that, but still something I want to keep on top of. One way you can sort of think about what I'm doing here, right, is I'm earning the money with the whist, and some of that money is going into the basket of clean linen. So part of what happens out of this is I'm converting the money into an opportunity to catalog another book, and that's why I'm keeping track of the money that I'm making. So we're up the 6 pence. Now we're going to give up 2 to restore it. So rest and refreshment, autumn. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. So effectively, each cycle of that will net us 4 pence. But we need to do that at least 3 times to be able to get the laundry back. And that's kind of the question about whether or not I'm getting my money's worth. If we're treading water, I don't mind it. If we're losing money, that's a problem, because I am actually going to want to use the money to do other things like hire people. Lord Gloom. Destroying the tranquility of autumn in the in the playthrough. Lovely to see you, Lord Gloom. I hope you are doing well. For those of you who don't know Lord Gloom, this is actually a streamer I haven't had a chance to stop by, but I know there's a few other streamers here, such as Daily Daybreak. And by the way, I did shout out Daily Daybreak and Lord Gloom. I feel like I'm missing someone. There isn't another streamer in here, or someone who streams who I haven't shouted out or interacted with, right? I try to have a memory for this stuff, but I always feel bad, especially if somebody does stream and I haven't done the shout out, because they might sort of feel like I'm deliberately leaving them out, which I'm not. So please do feel free to speak up if I've missed you. In any case, we've got Lord Gloom in the chat, somebody who I found through a card game called Cobalt Core, but a wonderful broadcaster across a number of different games, everything from Escape from Tarkov to physical Magic the Gathering, and will eventually take up the Weather Factory games as well. Somebody who's very generous with his time and his chat, and somebody who I enjoy catching when I can, but I feel like I haven't been a very good or very dedicated viewer of his lately, for which I apologize. 108. Ava DeWolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it, the Great Hooded Princes, the Knock-Long who ascended under the Mother of Ants, but now, so Ava claims, honor the Horned Axe. The Great Hooded Princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to a foolish tradition that the princes are habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. Ava has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. So we got a confounding parable for that, and pentaments and precursors, so a Grail and Scale text, or sorry, Grail and Scale skill. And we will shelve this with the other confounding parables. And we'll learn this one right away. So pentaments and precursors use this lesson to acquire a new skill. I deserved a little quiet time, so we'll use that tryst to catalog another book. Sip some warm apple cider and enjoy the spooky manor. I've definitely done that. In fact, I've got a chance to do that in real life in the live event that is based off of this setting called The Locksmith's Dream. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. I should mention, too, because we are in a little bit of a loop as far as everything that's going on, I am very happy to answer some questions, because we are a little bit further than the introductory period, and so some people may be wondering what the point of the game is, or what the overall goal is, and I figure part of the opportunity here is to talk a little bit about how we got here, and what we might be, what we might try and take out of this playthrough when all is said and done. Right now I'm waiting for certain types of weather, but all right, another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Feats and fates of forgotten things. The Carapace Cross, the line of Antaios, the world of a low red sun. Though much is taken, much abides. You still don't know all those answers and don't care to ask. Well, that's one of the things, is that preserving the mystery is actually part of the fun of the game, too. I think this might be the first Grail. No, we have Grail with sea stories as well. So if I can get the spice scales higher up, I'm in better shape. But all right, on the Matter and Deeds of Serpents, this is a VAC text, and it gives us edicts liminal. Actually, I guess I need... Well, this was my language section, so yeah, we'll hang on to that there. So for the rest of the day, we basically spend that earning money. But I don't think I have much in terms of memory. Yeah, we don't have any memories that we want to hang on to, so that's fine. Obviously, people can play the game however they want, but I sometimes feel that if you're a little too quick to look up the answers to some of these things, like I've read this essay before, and it's a tricky one because I don't know if this is a contemporary reaction or if this is something that is more modern, but there's a Schopenhauer essay called On Thinking for Oneself, and it's an interesting one. Basically, like, he goes so far as to say, you know, the inferior way of getting ideas is from books. That really what you want to do is to sort of sit down and reason things out, and that's how you can sort of really possess knowledge. And reading a book is letting someone else do the thinking for you. And the thing that's interesting about this, so there's two things that I find interesting about that essay. One is that it might be perceived as saying that reading books is not helpful. That's not actually what that essay is saying. Oh, hang on. I don't think I forgot to do the -2. It in fact says, you know, you can't think for yourself all the time, and so you can use these other ones, but you should make the effort of thinking for yourself. And again, it's part of, this is how you get sort of real knowledge as opposed to the appearance of it. And I think there's actually a lot more that you can say for that argument than you might imagine when you first encounter it. Because I think we've all sort of met people who might be very well read, but don't necessarily have, like, we wouldn't really trust their advice on something, I guess, is where I'm going with it. I always feel I'm in danger of being that guy. And the other thing is that I sort of feel like the other thing that's kind of interesting, and this is where the modern part comes in, is that clearly reading a book is more of a rarity, right? Nowadays, we'll have people consult something like a large language model. We'll have people look things up on Wikipedia. We'll have them do a Google search. The Google searches can sometimes be trouble because they're not necessarily looking for information. They're looking for confirmation. Same could be said for the large language model too, but definitely in terms of Google searches, you kind of know when somebody's specifically looked for a resource that's going to give them confirmation for what they want to be true, as opposed to an actual result, or sort of a solid answer. And again, it was one that I sort of reacted maybe poorly to originally, but it's one that I'm a little more convinced by, I guess. And I did work this out, so we're sort of behind on this treadmill, but we did make the 6 pence. So in total, we made 18 pence. And then we're down the 4. So we are actually up a tuppence each day that we do that. But yeah, so anyways, one of the things that is very enjoyable about this game is exploring the lore. And you can say, or, you know, I always say the lore, but I say I like exploring the world. I know just the lore is how people usually talk about it. Whether there's even a difference between those two statements, I don't really know. But The thing about this is that there is something that Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours does to you, that as you play it, intuitions, like, sometimes you'll make decisions just because they make sense, and you can't necessarily articulate why, but you just do it. With tuppence for paper and string, you can have your own set of wings. But that is courtesy of Delude Daybreak. The thing is that if you just rely on a wiki, what sometimes happens is you let the wiki think for you, and so you miss that process of sort of learning a little bit more about the world and making that connection between, two books or two pieces of information. And to a certain extent, you'll still be fine because, of course, the wiki is combining all of this information for you too, and you can always refer back to it. But then the drawback is that one of the things that everybody enjoys so much is the world. And you're not necessarily any closer to having an appreciation of that world when you have consulted the wiki so much. And then you can say, well, that's fine, because now we have the Secret Histories wiki, and that will just tell me everything that's going on. And the only drawback I can see about that is that I imagine that if the developers of this game, Weather Factory, who incidentally recently just put out a new weather forecast, this is where they forecast upcoming indie games and see whether or not they, they try and guess how long how they'll do in terms of first week wish lists. Oh, sorry, well, not wish lists. First week reviews, which is kind of considered a proxy for success. But anyways, I just have to guess that if they wanted to make a story, something that would be read as a narrative, or even something read as a wiki, that would have been the product that they made. And that I think some of the value of this game is the experience of unwrapping the mystery. And the process of unwrapping the mystery and having that, like, there's both sides, right? It's kind of like what it says when you get your tryst for committing your book. There are decisions, and so there are always regrets. Sometimes, in order to have that enjoyment of cracking that nut, of figuring out what you were looking for, what you were trying to do, sometimes what you have to do is actually go through that potentially frustrating experience of being lost, of feeling lost. And I think the one thing I try where I can to encourage people to actually allow themselves to feel that, so that they can have the greater enjoyment of, really, really nailing it. So. Your technology philosophy professor talked a lot about the value of thinking deeply. Yeah, I mean, I think it's an important skill, and I think it is one that is difficult to. It's one that I find difficult to explain the value for people. Like, I'm sort of lucky in some cases where if I do something, that people find impressive or admirable or whatever it is, sometimes you can sort of make the case. But the drawback is that there is sometimes a devaluing of the ability to do things. So for instance, there was a time when I could sort of claim to have read every English book about Stanley Kubrick, who's my favorite director. There have been some books published since then, so I can't make that claim anymore. But there are just a number of facts, and I worked in the film industry and that. So there's just a number of things that I used to be able to say. And I remember in a chat, and this is a chat that loved talking about movies, and I just remember someone really dismissively saying, like, yeah, I can Google stuff too. And I was thinking, but I didn't Google this, right? Like, this is the product of, sitting down and reading this stuff and enjoying it, and I wanted to share this with people. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, frankly. Sorry, I should probably wait to see what the weather brings before I commit anything else. But then there's a couple of other cases too. So in some cases, when I write something, oh, here we go. I'm going to need to make some big choices here. One other would be sometimes for games analysis. There are some people who have been very appreciative of some of the work that I do in that regard, and I felt appreciated, and I like that they accepted it both in the spirit in which it was given, and also the new perspective that brings. But sometimes there can also be this feeling of not one of us, and so I'll sometimes be challenged in terms of the idea that I'm quote unquote not a member of the games industry, or I haven't made a game. Now that's actually false. I have. There is a game that I've worked on. But the problem is that I don't agree with the premise of the claim. Like, in the end, that the goalposts are just going to be moved, right? It's not going to be, you haven't made a game. It's you haven't made a game with X sales, right? It's going to be whatever, whatever will disqualify someone from the conversation. And again, this is a little bit of the, if you don't like a result, you're going to try and sort of steal a base by disqualifying the speaker, as opposed to contending with a potentially difficult idea. But the real benefits would be sometimes encountering something that, maybe is counter to your view of the world, something that allows you to learn a little bit more. I worked on a very small project too, so this is something I collaborated on with a game designer called Cheeseness. It was called Supply Chain. And it was basically a game where you managed a manufacturer, a warehouse, a store, and a household. And it was written during COVID, during all of the toilet paper shortages, and it was sort of about just-in-time supply chains and how they're managed. And what was funny is that I remember Cheeseness had this really distinct idea of how supply chains worked, and he wanted to give a certain message about how it was basically bad that we had just-in-time supply chains and so on and so forth. And I tried to take a little bit more of a, my economist view, basically. And one of the things that I did with it, so I was responsible for sort of balancing the economy. And what I did was, there is actually a way of playing that game so that you can set all of the parameters like at a perfect moment where the game will, like, you could just walk away from the keyboard and the game will just kind of carry on without any significant losses or anything like that. It's not necessarily the optimal one. Like, the optimal one will change with the circumstances. And this is sort of what this is the trade-off for the just-in-time supply chain, right? The ideal situation is essentially there's absolutely no shelf space occupied, right? You make exactly the number of things that people want at the, in time for them to meet their demand. But the world changes, there are things that disrupt that, and so we accept a certain degree of inefficiency to make sure that people have it when they want, right? Because if you don't have something in stock when people go for it, they don't buy it, that's a lost sale, potentially lost sale. And if you have too much, well, then you're overproducing, you're spending too much to make things that people aren't necessarily buying, and you're also spending money to store it when you don't necessarily want. So the reason why I did it this way is that the ability to actually find those perfect parameters is very difficult. I've had economists, I've had game developers. There's lots of people who've played it. They've never found it, right? They're always just sort of just wrenching the controls one way or another. And so while I know Cheeseness has a particular, wow, my bit rate is going really high. Cheeseness had this particular view of the world. I've sort of put in what I guess people would call the neoliberal view, which is, one of the reasons why we don't have a centralized, we don't have a command economy, basically. We don't have one central authority deciding what gets built, is it's actually very hard to organize everything, as is demonstrated by how difficult it is to move the sliders. So there's enough space in the game for people to walk away with whatever impressions they want, but I did actually make sure that the way that the game was sort of balanced out was a little bit more in line with my view, which is not, I'm not some libertarian or something like that, but I do think that we sometimes overlook some important details. By the way, I was mistaken on the Orchard Keeper. It's not Grail, it's Heart that they have, I believe. So I don't know how impressive it. I mean, you can find it on itch, but I don't know if I would call what I worked on impressive. But it was fun to do, and I'm glad I did it. Okay, so I think probably the neglected room is where I want to go because this does give me access to a few more things. The other alternative is I try and go through the ruinous hall because that will eventually get me the kitchen and the well. Actually, I can open up the ruinous hall. Yeah, I can open up the ruinous hall if I hire a miner. Okay. I know what we're doing. But feel free, if you want to share what you worked on... oh, it's winter. If you want to share what you worked on, Daily Daybreak, please do feel free to... Alright, well that kind of gums up the works. What we'll do then is we'll hire Mr. Kill and give him the health. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. An invitation from TRN Limited. I've received a short catalog neatly printed on paper of creamy smoothness from TRN Limited. A compliment slip advises me that they have reserved a space for me in their client list. Okay, I still know how I'm handling the day. One thing that would be nice is if I can make the Swaddled Thunder, but I don't think Quenchings and Quelling. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? For a joke, our group decided to do Mini Doom. It was for a class. We had to make a video game for a microcontroller with 128 by 128 pixels. I mean, I like projects like that. I think, you know, being able to see something through from beginning to end, I think, is a highly underrated skill. I think I think the tendency to, like, so here's the thing. We don't want to delude ourselves, right? We don't want to say, like, you know, if you make something that's not up to standard, and you say that this is the greatest thing in the world, you're basically doing like that Willy Wonka chocolate extravaganza in, you know, in the UK, right? You know, like a montage of crying children in a warehouse with a couple of printouts of AI generated art. You know, that you don't want to be like that. But the on the other hand, right, like, I think there is also a danger, and this is definitely one that comes up a bit more. Let me see if I can find the Guardian article. Willy's Chocolate Experience. I have no idea why. Alright, that Wikipedia link is broken, but I'm sure you all can figure it out. But yeah, so, like, obviously if you make something that is not, you know, like if you're going to claim that, you know, a weekend project is Call of Duty, that's delusional and not helpful. But on the other hand, oh, okay, fair enough. I just know the hyperlink that Twitch gave me seems to stop at the apostrophe. But on the other hand, I do think there is a tendency for people to look at these interesting small projects, right? Like, some people will see like a made with Unity sign on the screen and immediately dismiss the game no matter what it is. I'm not entirely sure that's the right way to go about it either. You know, I think there is actually value in recognizing that someone did see something through from beginning to end. And sometimes maybe people are dismissive because they don't understand actually how difficult it is to deliver on something. But in the end, right, like, being, I mean, there's the Teddy Roosevelt speech on citizenship in a republic, you know, the man in the arena, or the milady in the arena in the case of Daily Daybreak. you know, I do think sometimes, I mean, we still seem to be at a time where like snark is kind of the default, which is a shame. I think if anything, potential creations that we should enjoy don't get made because people are concerned about that sort of a response. And I'm not entirely sure, like, all that it really is. If you think of snark, like, you get maybe a moment's enjoyment out of that, if that. And what potentially happens is creations for potentially a long time, potentially forever, don't get made because of creating an environment like that. So where I can, I really try and rein that in. And I think sometimes just appreciating something for being small and interesting is sufficient. So anyways, Delude says, the parameters we were given didn't allow us to just run Doom on it, so we made an adaptation that fit. So good for you. If you do have any demos of it, I'd love to see what it looked like, Daily Daybreak. And I hope you don't run yourself down for saying that you did something small or that somehow supply chain was more interesting. Because I can assure you, supply chain is not more interesting than that project. And second of all, even if it was, how do I benefit the world by saying, oh my God, why did you even bring that up? You know. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, Silicon Valley has this whole, like, cult of celebrating failure. I'm not entirely sure I want to go that far on it. But to recognize that, there are different, like, first of all, there are different standards in terms of success, and also recognizing that ultimately there are different objectives that some people are trying to meet. I'm not entirely sure that we're doing ourselves any favors by, I mean, let's be honest here, right? It's just, I think to a certain extent people are justifying their own unwillingness to take that leap, right? It's much easier to crap on the indie that made something than it is to go out and make your own game, right? That's really what's going on there. Anyway. We will solve the world's problems later. I know you're all here for Book of Hours. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. TRN selects its clients carefully, one might say eccentrically. They rarely advertise, but in all their long history, they have never lacked for custom. I'm surprised you hadn't heard of it, Lord Gloom. Yeah, that is a fun story. Okay, let's use our FET to catalog another book. It's going to be a bit weird for the day, but I think I have a path forward. Catalog a Curia period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. So, we are going to, just to reiterate here, we have a few options, right? Mr. Kill does offer Sky. So if we talk to him about the storm, we could get him up to 5, and then I believe the Veiled Goddess will give us at least one more, so potentially 6. Well, we would need 8 for the Windprowled Gallery anyway. We'd maybe even get it up to 7 with the Barren Silence Astrolabe, but it seems to me like the real answer here is just to get them to open up the neglected room and try to make our way to the tower. Tamer of trees, worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. That is great. An HD patch for mood. All right, and looks like we did get hit by the one of the maladies. So the Chandler's wish, a prickly brightness halos this theoplasmic contamination. Your tryst and this item are contaminated. So, oh, actually, I don't believe I've ever had the Atychnic Theoplasma. This book has suffered from the attention of one of the bright names or hours, the gods from light. This contamination can affect your Faust and Trist and spread to nearby objects. You can remove it with a skill that is effective against theoplasmic contamination if you provide at least 7 forge. So this is definitely not something that I am fixing anytime soon. We will quarantine it in an appropriate space. So we are now despairing. Melancholy is the mist on the soul's waters. Despair is the wolf that prowls at the water's edge. Sorry, that prowls the water's edge. Now, the old thing that I used to do would be, I used to take something like the Trist, and then I would, I'd catalog books with it. The problem here is that with this malady, you do have the potential of infecting a book if you catalog that now. So I don't want to be idle with the Trist, so there are some things that I can do. So for instance, if we take the Practic Garden dummy, if we're to find something with a relevant skill, so something with edge, so Auroral Contemplations. Well, right now this is only 2 edge, but if I were to find some other, three more edge to throw at this, we could potentially make something. And then the question is, just how do I find the combination that I need? I don't actually have a lot of edge workstations to work with right now, so this is probably more of a, in principle I can do this as opposed to a practical application. Yeah, so I can't use the serpent milk at Ava's desk. So I am going to want to try and find a way of getting enough sky to cure what ails me. I don't think we have a lot for sky. Okay, well, Sights and Sensations gives me 2.
I would never want to belong to any club that would have
I don't have an anvil. Well, we'll have an anvil as soon as we get to these lower levels. But thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. The Veiled Goddess could give us 1. We're really waiting for another storm, I think, is the true answer here, because I can't bring the Astrolabe to bed with me. But we'll work this out later. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. All right, the Chemoniad Volume 3. Unfortunately, that is still in a language we don't understand. I'm going to have to get a new overflow for these. Maybe I'll eventually start dividing them out into the languages too. So with that, new quarantine. All right, I think we're ready to go. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So one thing I'm going to want to do here is talk with Mr. Kill a little bit more throughout the day. And the reason for this is so I can maybe try and get some memories that I could use to either make something with the Despairing Trist, or more likely to try and cure it. Although I actually don't think I have a way of curing it in this case. We'll talk about the event that's coming up in a little bit. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay. It's winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the Sweet Bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Is there someone en route to Hush House? So we've got the Affair of the God in the Wood. The Lytirian, a faddish health camp in the Black Forest, has attracted the attention after many of its clients. Sorry. The Lytirian, a faddish health camp in the Black Forest, has attracted attention after many of its clients seem to have developed sudden, sometimes upsetting artistic abilities. Visitors with an interest in heart or nectar mysteries will want to talk about this. In terms of the visitors we've seen, we've got Father Stanislav. Father Schaller resolved to speak to some of the patrons of the Lytirian, hoping to understand a change in the tempo of the world's pulse. And Mr. Agdistis resolved to experiment with honey. D.I. Moore, Detective Illuminate of the Suppression Bureau, a stoic but weary fellow. His dearest wish is to move to Chingford and grow roses, but the buggers won't let him retire. So D.I. Moore, interested in heart, interested in lantern, so we're going to want a 3-heart text for him to read, and he only understands Greek, so, well, and of course English, so 2 wombs, 1 heart is not acceptable. But the Orchid Transfiguration's noon will do the trick. Or Apollo and Marsyas. All right. We'll work alongside each other. So, again, I'm still going to talk with Mr. Kill to see if we can generate a few memories. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Add something to enhance Mr. Kill's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. Unlike some assistants, Mr. Kill can make use of wood. Now, there is a reason why I'm doing it this way, because another thing to keep in mind is that some of these will accept elements of the soul. So we've got St. Januarius, right? That takes Rose, Sky, Heart, and Knock. So you would think, okay, well, we can't use the Tryst because it's Edge right now. And you're right, I can't put it in the soul slot, but under Devotion, the only thing that holds it back is Fatigued. So in this case, I could take Despair, right? I'm ready, but for what? And as long as I'm able to combine a skill and, under Remembrance, we have the option of Fuel, Memory, Pigment, or Light. So if I generate enough of the other elements, I can actually still use this in order to create something. And this is one of the reasons why I want to generate as many memories as I can from Mr. Kill before we commit him to opening up the neglected room. I'm not going to regenerate an item from the laundry. I think in this case we'll just we'll make a little bit more money. But I just wanted to give you an idea in terms of how I was dividing things. Okay, hindsight's interesting. So here's an example. Actually, I don't think St. Januarius will let us do this. Yeah. The Madrigad will. So if we add the Hindsight here, so then we can add the Tryst. Now this will accept winter things, right? So if we add Quenchings and Quellings. So if I want, this is basically a free Eigengrau. Well, not exactly free. We give up a memory for it, obviously. But we can try even further, right? Quenchings and Quellings with Apprentice level Winter creates Eigengrau, or for a Scholar recipe, crush a flower in it and mix a pale and chilling draft. So that's basically telling us how to make Solomon's Preparation. So if we were to pick, if we were to use our health to pick the Blue Crown, we would have something that we can throw in here. I guess technically we don't need to make it Blue Crown, but it's helpful. Now the drawback here is we only have 6, so we would need to find something that had 4 winter. But still, you can kind of see how we potentially get something useful out of this. And especially if I was going to lose this Hindsight overnight, there's really nothing to stop me from using the Tryst to wind up making some little extra things for me. And that's basically going to be how I interact with the memories for while I've got this Despair. Much like Cultist Simulator, yes, the maladies, the negative things generally are negative, but they can still be tools that allow you to get other things done. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So again, we will help D.I. Moore, but we want to accumulate Memories. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? I'm curious if I've got something with scale I can work with here. I don't think so. Nope, this would work. So if we take the fear, the hindsight, we can add the tryst. So the problem here is we're at 3. Well, no, this still gets me 5. So if I wanted Bisclavera's Knot, there we go. Pentamit's Precursors. This is another item that we can build there. As you can see, they're just nice little freebies to tell me, okay, you know, here's what you can do with this. We don't really lose anything by working with them. Bells and Braziers were just shy of what we need for something bigger. Actually, while I'm at it, I think I can use the Shrine to the Madrigad with Snow Stories. Oh no, we're still short. Although I can maybe do that and add one of the candles. I thought one of these was wintry. Maybe it was moon. Okay. I will confess, I'm a little surprised we don't have more winter things that would work with that. Well, oh, well, that wouldn't even work anyway. Interesting. Oh, but this counts as fuel, so... Ah, this is helpful. Okay. We're short on sights and sensations, so never mind there. We're not anywhere closer to the 10 that we need, so never mind. Okay, that's all the information we're going to wring out of that. It's still helpful. Okay, so we're just keeping on this cycle. This is kind of giving me a head start on the next time I want to do laundry, although a nice side effect is going to be we do have the option of hiring a fisherman if we think that's helpful. Okay, so the gossip gives us some rows. The catch is we don't have a whole lot of rows to work with otherwise. We get it through Pearl and Tide and Preliminal Meter. Actually, Pearl and Tide might have something. So... yeah, the Lunar Globe gives me rows. There we go. Alright. This does give me a chance to experiment with some rows. Don't really have anything in terms of papers to work with, but that wasn't the goal. So if we want, we can make a salt sign, and again, we're probably not going to be able to keep the gossip overnight, so that's something that I can craft. Just trying to think if there's any other rows I might want to work with. Preliminal Meter we can't learn anything out of right now. You know, I think I'm actually going to commit this one. Yeah, because we can't do anything with it anyway, so we might as well get our money's worth. Now, this isn't necessarily going to do anything that I really need, right? This is more just because I can, but it is a way of converting a temporary thing, the gossip, into something something a little more permanent. So use salt to trace a sigil of night travel and sunset sound. I agree, Daily Daybreak. This is a really... So I don't know if you ever heard of Cultist Simulator, but this is the follow-up to it, which the intention behind this was basically to make a game for people who wanted to like Cultist Simulator, but one way or another found that it was a little too... It asked a bit too much from them, which is a completely fair... like, it's not necessarily one that I agree with, but I do think it is a fair observation about that game. And so this game in particular really lets you take your time and figure things out. It's why I'm kind of reluctant to even look at some of my notes. I have looked at a couple of my notes over the course of today, but I've been kind of reluctant to do it just because being able to piece things together, and especially in the context of an early beta, right, while there's new things being added to the game, and things that I haven't seen yet, it's just a chance for me to kind of have that process of seeing new things and being excited by them all over again. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Although I am eager to read some of the lore again, or read some of the texts. For sure, yes. It is that is not an exclusive... it's not an XOR. You can enjoy both. You can enjoy one or the other. You can enjoy neither. And I feel very sorry for you, but that is also a legitimate response to the games. All right, let's open up the neglected room. The room above might once have been some sort of lounge, but the furniture and equipment has been smashed and overturned. The walls are streaked with mildew. An unlovely smell wafts from further up. So we'll get the Coffin Maker's assistance there, and let's have a chat with Detective Illuminate Douglas Moore. So we're going to talk to him about the affair of the God in the Wood. Got to see about these all these bleeding painters. Don't mind telling you, but I've got better things to do. But boss is as boss does. So we already decided that we were going to give him... Well, I guess we had a couple of options here, but the Orchid Transfiguration seems to be appropriate. Boss sat me down and explained Lytirian to me, and Pan. You know I got into bleeding grammar school on the bleeding strength of my bleeding Greek. And bleeding scholarship. Never mind. Let's try and see what... I'm going to try and read this better, because, again, we have got D.I. Douglas Moore, Detective Illuminate of the Suppression Bureau, a stoic but weary fellow. His dearest wish is to move to Chingford and grow roses, but the buggers won't let him retire. Got to go see about all these bleeding painters. Don't mind telling you, I've got better things to do, but boss is as boss does. Boss sat me down and explained Lytirian to me, and Pan. You know I got into bleeding grammar school on the bleeding strength of my bleeding Greek? Bleeding scholarship. Never mind. Let's see what you've got on all this. So I kind of want to give him the Orchid Transfigurations just because of his Latin. Actually, no, he won't understand it. My visitor can't read Latin. This text is of no use to them. Right, so we do have to give him Apollo and Marsyas. The libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials. Nothing too sinister here. Well, more artists in the world. Strikes me as a sinister sort of phenomenon all by its own self. But nothing for the Bureau, I reckon. Thanks. So one thing that I should let you know, like one of the things that's very fun about playing this game and playing Cultist Simulator is that while the character I don't believe ever was given the last name, you do have the Weary Detective. If you successfully, well, if you do something to the Weary Detective, you will actually find out that their first name is Douglas. And so now Douglas has a last name. But there's a little bit more of a follow-up in terms of his stories. Now, Detective Illuminate, and you get to learn about his Greek. And I don't know, it's always fun to sort of see the extension of these characters' lives a little bit. All right, elegant as a flower petal, salt sand. Too bad it won't last, but then again, what does? Wonderful quote from the famous Ridley Scott film Gladiator. So we're not going to be getting any more memories, so I don't think we can do anything with the impulse, out of the ones that we can keep. think I was going to do Bisclaver's not. Use Earth to trace a sigil of the Hill Children. You must run systems starting to crash from an earlier swim, but good luck to you and good stream. Thank you very much, Daily Daybreak. And of course, I'm sure you know, I was playing around with people that was not, in fact, from Gladiator. But for those of you that have not seen Blade Runner, you probably want to start watching it. And for those of you who haven't, please do check out Daily Daybreak. She's done Morrowind, she's done Crypt and Rift of the Necrodancer. A lot of wonderful games. Somebody who's very fun to hang out with, so, and as you can see, made the stream a brighter place. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay, we have the Patience Lounge. In this room, the accursed of the Great War gathered to recuperate. Those who had suffered something no more horrible, but somewhat more mysterious than the war's usual wounds to body and spirit, an eruption of worms perhaps, or risks at the military end of the Suppression Bureau activities. Among them were minor luminaries of the invisible world, Christopher Lopley, Zachary Wakefield, Harvey Hattington, but not Brian Levinson, who had been the 9th librarian, and under whose tenure the infirmary had flourished. He enlisted, he served for a time as a medical officer on the Western Front. His body was never found. Okay. Sorry, I need a minute to sort myself out. I'm trying to avoid taking a break. We've managed to do 2 hours without it, but I am feeling kind of snacky, or at the very least I want to refill my tea. So if I want to get to the first floor of the Motley Tower, that's Heart or Moth, so we're in shooting distance of that. If we talk to a barber with an impulse, actually, yeah, Trist would be sufficient. So we know we can get higher here in summer. It's not the fastest thing that we can do, but we still have a fair shot. If I would like as well, if I want to hire someone, assistance from a fisherman in winter, the storms close the seas. The fishermen will offer their services for $1 a day. Fishermen will offer moon and a little sky. Alternatively, add a soul card to find rarer guests who might be seeking employment. So, our options here, let's just double check that we don't have anything moon-wise that we would be interested in. Nope, we're all good there. I would also allow for the possibility of hiring a one of the special workers. Douglas Moore's card. Use this at a desk with your writing case to make a note of the address. And a bronze spintria. So I'm going to hold off from using the tool here. This is just because I know we get an occult scrap for committing that, and we have an opportunity to use Knock Moth or Rose. Difficult tangle of lines. Bisclaver is not. The Bisclaver, Bisclavre is the half-human hill child of these parts, and this is its sign. Trying to think what an appropriate location would be for this thing. Now, if I could, I'd love to make something out of this. Actually, there is something we can do here. So if I take the... I don't know if I have a desk that takes moth, but I do need to... as long as I can find a workstation that... Actually, it doesn't even need to be that. Okay. St. Januarius should be able to help me. So if we add the Impulse here, we can add the Occult Scrap, the Despairing Tryst, alright, so we can get Westcott's compounds doing this. The Order Lamea taught how to prepare forgeful compounds from ephemeral materials. The moth finds the flame. Sacra Lamea with Prentice level moth creates Westcott's compounds. Or for a scholar level recipe, if I include a memory and smoke the preparation while it's fresh, I will gain a riddlesome insight. Let's see if we can do more with moth here. So Edict's Liminal, Tanglebrag, craft a token to invite the attention of a moth name. Once again. I think I'm going to settle for Westcott's compounds here. The Order Lamea taught how to prepare forgeful compounds from ephemeral materials. The moth finds the flame. And the reason I felt okay doing that is because I should be able to add D.I. Moore to my index. Douglas Moore's address, for what you might call an occult correspondence. But will they come when you do call for them? Memory's fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So we don't know what the day will bring. I've carried a memory like a flambeau, safe through the mazes of night. I'm trying to think. I don't think I have a situation where I need to use the moth here. So I am going to make some money at the Sweet Bones. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic, but there's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. We'll see what the weather brings before I make any commitments. All right, the gale. So this is another big one for us, right? So, So I think the answer here is to talk to Mr. Kill. So we talk with Mr. Kill with the Whist. We use our health for... So we can get a total of 4 between these two. We don't have a tool. Well, we sort of have a tool in the form of the Pale Mommet. That actually... That brings us up to 6, which we could use to open up the darkened church. So supposing I didn't want to do that, we also have the option. We actually have a few options. I could use the Pillis Oat Bread. Kind of gives one of everything. I think I'd probably want to... I wonder if I can still get the pears. Oh, I don't have the gardening skill. Trickier. Mistkissed Water does give us some heart to work with. I sadly don't have a pitcher of water. So I want to try and work out exactly how I'm planning the day. Okay, so to recap, with Mr. Kill, we can... Oh, hang on, the drinking cocoa. Okay, that's another option. So... with Mr. Kill, we can bring him on. We can level him up to 1 health with the heart. Oh, sorry, 1 heart with the health, 4 with the gale, and then 5 with either the cocoa or the bread. Alternatively, he has Sky, so we could give him 4 Sky. But what would that accomplish? Because we don't really need any Sky from any of these things. Well, we need 8, but that's not going to work. Okay, so yes, clearly the option here is to give him the heart. And again, just to double check that I'm not signing myself up for disappointment. Total of 4, we get to 5 by giving him some drink, so we know we're going to be able to accomplish the thing. Right. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. We will use the FET to catalog another book. It's kind of the lifeblood of the playthrough right now. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Oh, I meant to talk to him about the gale. That's fine. We can move ahead. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. Now this is helpful. Pyroglyphics. We've got 2 from Auroral... Yes, we can read this whenever we want. The common name now is Westcott's Compounds, but the Order Lamea is older than Westcott by quite some centuries. Probably Westcott wasn't long as far as anyone ever knew. Reagents and activants to enhance alchemical operations or the flavor of one's pipe tobacco. So this gives us 2 Forge, Grail, Lantern, Moth, Nectar. So I'd be able to employ those here. But the catch is that a number of the things that this helps, we don't. So Trist will give us the Moth. Heart will give us Health will give us the Nectar, but we can't put that in the Soul slot. And we don't have anything with Forge or Grail. I am slightly tempted in this case to renew the FET. Just because we are down an element of the soul with the Trist. Alright, Solace. Peace after trouble. In fact, if I want to restore my Trist, I now, between the Gale and the Sun... Well, actually, no, hang on, because I can only have the 1 memory. I mean, if I wanted, I could actually cure my Trist. I'm gonna push ahead. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. I may regret it later, but I think we can make do. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Give him the health. I'm ready to lend my limbs. Boosts heart, scale, and nectar. I was tempted to open the gloomy room, but I think I'm going to go for the motley tower just because it does potentially get me access to a few more helpful things. Work alongside each other. Okay, now there's one thing I'm kind of curious about here. So if I give him the Pale Mommet, I believe it unravels. So proffer a device. Yeah, if I lend my assistant something to help, increasing their abilities, so I don't want to use it for that. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. So yeah, it does kind of pain me to do this, right? Because we know that in summer we're going to be able to move up. But the thing is that we do want access sooner rather than later. So I still think this is the right call. All right, more Curia books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Down to the Grushan. So we're going to keep talking with Mr. Kill. Again, this is the same logic as before, where the Tryst can sometimes turn these things into, you know, into ingredients that we can use for other tasks. I'm not expecting miracles with it. It's just, it's nice to be able to convert them into something a little more permanent that we can use to explore later. Okay. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. The incandescent Tantra. Michael Blockley, an eccentric Iron Man magnate, was fond of quoting from this Tantra. Blockley died in a factory fire. 8 Forge is a little much to expect for us to read right now, so I think I'm going to hold back. And if you can bear with me a second, I am actually going to take a small break here just because I am out of tea, and I would really like to get I'd really like to get some more. I feel like, especially this game, that is the most appropriate path. So I'm going to take a small break. I hope you stick around, but if you've been here since the start, now would actually be a good time to maybe get up, take a stretch, otherwise take care of yourselves. I'm not going to spend too long on this, but I am going to run ads and just give myself a proper moment away. So I'll see you all in a little bit. Okay, sorry about the wait there. That was a little longer than I was planning, but we are good to go for the rest of the night, I think. I may need to step off for one more minute, but I put a timer on it in the other room, and I don't recall. I don't know. I feel like we can make it, but if I go later, I'll probably have to step away for that. But, anyways, neither here nor there. So the other thing I wanted to say is that we have sort of been slow in terms of making progress for the like through the DLC, but I do think next week is probably going to be where we really start digging into that content. And the reason why I say that is we are it's basically going to be Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. My plan at the moment anyway is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for Book of Hours, and that wasn't true for this week. This is the first time I'm actually playing it since I gained access to this DLC. So I kind of have enough to be able to host something in the garden in spring. The only thing about that is that I really don't have the means of making... Ooh, this is good. Unfortunately, I don't think I get to keep that overnight. Yeah. I'm going to read Franklin Bancroft Diaries off of this. It just saves me generating that revelation at another time. But yeah, so the, I'm not upset with how this is developing, but I know some of you really are looking forward to seeing some of the new content in the DLC. And I like the way that it's integrated. I like the fact that there's something for me to look forward to in sort of the game as it currently stands that, will turn into, I don't know, like I just like the idea of being able to, I like the idea of having something that turns the middle of the game into more than just trying to knock down some rooms. Like there's this process of sort of seeing a bit more, seeing how I can angle the different relationships with people, especially with a mind to how I'm going to populate the Lighthouse Institute. I think is kind of a neat way of directing my attention. But again, we need to make sure that we're at a point where we can actually make all this stuff that I want to. So I'm going to talk with Mr. Kill one more time to get some more memories. I think I'm going to take a chance. Now, the Solace in the Storm on its own isn't enough. I need one more heart. Well, no, that's not true. I just add the skill. So, Despairing Tryst. Storm and Solace. So if we go for Quenchings and Quellings, that gives us Regensburg Bomb, which is an option. Other options with heart are... Magaphine Mysteries also gives me Regensburg Bomb. Surgeries and Exsanguinations also gives me Regensburg Bomb. Weaving and Not Working, I can't remember. Parabate. Oh, or Parabiate. I believe that gives me, that's an ink. I think I'm a little more inclined towards that one. Lots of Regensburg Bomb. Yeah, not all knots are physical. I can brew an ink which ties the naming to the named. So I know Franklin Bancroft Diaries gives me foresight. I don't need to worry too much about what happens out of that. I am a little worried, though, that I will lose my whist in the morning. But it's still worth it here, so we'll take the Revelation. We will read Franklin Bancroft Diaries. Actually, the funny thing is I could have used any old skill to do that. Okay. Sorry, I need a minute to think. I think at this point we just go for it. I can master this mystery enough lantern to match mystery lantern. But again, I have a suspicion that this may take us into the morning and that I'll be down the Wist the following day. Okay. Don't really know if any of these are going to get me too much. I guess I can save the Foresight overnight. If I don't have anything else, I can save the Foresight overnight. But we're already going to get one out of the book anyway, so I don't really know if that changes too much. Actually, yeah, I guess the funny thing is I didn't need to use the Revelation. Anyways. Hindsight, that is an interesting one to me, so we will first of all make... Whoa! First of all, we're going to make sure that we take care of the Motley Tower. So the door jams half open, but the room above is a bright oasis after the dreary neglect of the lower tower. The previous occupant has probably left some sort of protections in place. I'll find somebody suitably qualified to deal with them. Alright, some authorities claim it's difficult to lose a pot of prohibited ink, but they haven't lived in Hush House, which binds to the one whose name is there written, a minor ink of power. So this gives us 2 heart, 2 lantern, 2 scale, and 1 winter. Now, there's 2 things that are important about this. Number 1, this is useful for reading certain books. So all of those ones where I sort of feel like I'm on the verge of being able to read them, well, now those are potentially accessible to me. More importantly, it's an ink that I can generate with some regularity, right? So if we've got weaving and knot working, that gives me 2. We can take Apollo and Marsyas, which we can use for 2 heart. We add that with the health. Now we can make this ink whenever I want. So what are the books that I could use this ink on? I think they said heart, lantern, scale, and winter. So it is written 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're 1 short on it is written, sadly. So I might actually be in that unlucky spot where I'm just shy of what I need. All right, well, something for me to think about. And I'm thinking here we don't keep the whist into the next morning. I also should have cleaned the laundry. We'll just save that for the next day. All right, which of you can I save? Let's save the hindsight. If we save the foresight overnight, it's possible that it just gets wiped out by the book. It's going to be a bit of a rough day tomorrow, I think, but... I was also going to say that maybe I should consolidate all the books, but that's already happened. They're all in the reading room now. Oh, so close. 5 seconds off. Okay, good news here. So the Motley Tower, Ellopoly's Nook, Christopher Ellopoly, poet, painter, archivist, ruiner of seances, stayed on for a while at Hush House after the Great War. The librarian, Serena Blackwood, arranged rooms for Olopoli in the Motley Tower, ostensibly so that he could help with the collection, but perhaps also because she saw a potential ally against the governor of the Kukurbit. Relations between the Kukurbit and the house were badly strained at the time. So 3 Curia, 3 nocturnal texts. We've got Red Blue. It's a decent copy of a Picasso, painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Brian Levinson, up to his tricks again. Love in a Quiet Place, one of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, a close and impossible copy of a painting made 20 years earlier by Kirchner, whose work Levinson often anticipated in his mirror dreams to be fruitful. It's a decent copy of Picasso, painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Brian Levinson, up to his tricks again. Again at Night, one of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, a close and impossible copy of a painting made 20 years later by Kirchner, whose work Levinson often anticipated in his mirror dreams. To Hear Those Voices, a Levinson prefigure, a copy of a painting that would not be committed to canvas by the real artist for 20 years, and Sedona Not Yet, one of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, an impossible copy of a painting that the real artist hadn't yet executed. It's signed with the illumination mark and dated 1958. We've got Fraser Strathcoyne. This bust is shaped from beeswax. Careful with it. So we know that Fraser goes here. I'll just double check based on the died not but passed within. We've got another Prohibiate ink. We've got Holiest Hemolith for Moth for Nectar, Twilight Pot, Moon and Sky. Urn of Ashes, Some Poor Soul, who probably won't mind if they're repurposed for a worthy experiment. I probably wouldn't. Red Lotus Vase, a red glazed chinoiserie vase. Elegant Sunburst Lamp, a bright tree of brass. Vase of Rushes, a subtle ornament. The Russet Couch, a utilitarian item, arms varnished upholstery shiny with hard use. And the Barber's Chair, no one emerges unchanged from a barber's chair. Perhaps they'll be just a little bit more beautiful. And the room we're really looking to get to, the Motley Tower, 2nd floor. So 6 heart, 6 moth to get in here. So the reason we'll want this is there's a few items you can sort of see in the background. So the Shears of the Sisterhood are a moth tool, the Spice Scales are a grail tool, and the Mortar and Pestle is a forge and nectar tool. So we get access to a ton of tools in the dispensary as well as another working slot. But I don't think it's likely we're going to be able to do that on our own. I guess it depends on the weather, but I wouldn't count on it. So we're going to go to the Sweet Bones, help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. I am going to still catalog books. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the FET to catalog the Curia period stuff. So uncatalogued book here. It's probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. And then because my health is used for a number of different things, I'm going to make sure that I only use that for... I'm only going to use this for nocturnal period books, which are much less likely to have curses. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Oh, the fog does change things. All right, Bancroft Diaries. Lord Franklin Bancroft was initiated into the arts of the flower maker by the rose witch Fiona Ayrshire. He rose to become a society provider of occult services and secret pleasures before his abrupt disappearance in 1790. Bancroft seems to have been a talented adept, but devoted his energies to frustratingly whimsical projects, arranging grape-fetching races between Mansa spirits, teaching percussagants to juggle, and conjuring storms of imaginary blossoms for the rose witch Ayrshire, who resolutely refused ever to couple with him. Bancroft spends 20 pages bemoaning this last. The mantra here recorded is a high and exacting magic which can be used to pledge one's spirit to the watchman, beginning an ascent to the house. Bancroft boasts of his ability to recite it when in his cups. He also had it set to music for performance with fireworks at Vauxhall Gardens. So we've got a pyroglyphics lessons here, foresight, which we knew was coming. We'll put this in the foresight section. And we will commit the skill right away. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. Now, Because the fog can't be kept, let's see if we can do anything interesting with this. The ideal, of course, would be to turn it into something tangible. Yeah, advice on containment. So... I think my better bet is to wait and use my whist. Oh, and Oriflammes. Oriflammes, established 1776, Sense Sign Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase the sevenfold slaying of the seven coiled, an account of the destruction of an hour, a primeval hour, a god who was stone. It is, however, has a tally price of 5. We only have 3, so no book for us. And The Beekeeper's Ends. Dialogues with bees and uses for honey, as erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. I'm going to have to start coming up with better overflow plans. All right, and now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. The Snare of the Tree collected Proverbs of Aunt Mopsy, an 8 Grail text, so not the easiest one for us to read. Again, goes into the overflow, but does still help us get a read on where we are. So again, I'm not using the Trist to read the book because I don't want to spread the curse. Hieroglyphics, one script that all the world must read, even the blind, and it is written in flames. Matters of fireworks and their kin, lights, colors, infernal detonations. So 2 forge, 1 lantern. Technically not anything that we haven't had access to before, but sometimes it's nice just to know. Sometimes it's nice to know we have some options. All right, so what we're doing right now, we're waiting to get our whist back. This is actually going to take some time. But I do want to bring the whist back so that I can read, I can use the fog to read a book. The other option is I can always take a look at what our options are here. Now, I don't think we have any knock or, oh, sorry, serpent haunted bedroom. So nothing to use with the moon. I could try and find some of the moon challenges, but again, I'm not, especially with our Trist down, I don't see us putting together enough moon. The knock is interesting. So if we spent a shilling on Reverend Timothy for the serpent haunted bedroom, what would that get us? So he has 1 knock. Then it would become 4 with the fog. And then that would be it. I don't think I have a plan for the other 2. Well, that's not entirely true, because Reverend Timothy will accept candles. I mean, if I really wanted to open the serpent haunted bedroom, that is an option, but I think we can do better. So we'll convert this into glass blowing and vessel crafting. Again, I did sort of say that one of my goals was to get sort of one of every skill so that I could make some specific decisions in terms of the Tree of Wisdoms. And again, I do have some options in terms of how I organize the both the Tree of Wisdoms, but also kind of the order in which I read the books. They're essentially one of the same, just because I don't want to have a bunch of lessons that all of a sudden I need to use at the last minute before Numa. But again, we'll see what the playthrough dictates. If I have to hire a higher level visitor, that's fine. That's not a huge problem. But I would rather exhaust my options before I do that. Better now. Okay, so we'll use this whist to go back on money making. I think I need to go to Ambrose's desk, so we'll use the whist here. We'll use the fog as a memory. Surgeries and exsanguinations. No, preliminary meter has more knock. I mean, it doesn't really matter because we'll have enough one way or the other, but... And yes, advice on containment. Knock, gate flung wide. I am a match for this book. Enough knock to match mystery knock. I think I'm just going to try and keep the hindsight here. I don't know... Well, let's... Yeah, you know what? I don't mind making the Eigengrau. We can keep the foresight still. Wits Forge and Fire Blast, Meanings Press and Screw. Coleridge on Donne's Poetry. Okay, better now. So again, the aim of this is to still make some money at the Sweet Bones. This will be either how I wind up hiring some of these special hirelings or how I start, you know, earning money with the basket of dirty laundry again. This one's a little tricky. I think what I might do... Well, yeah, it's going to be an hour, so there's no point in sticking with this. So yeah, what I'll do here, we'll make the money, we'll use the shilling to restore the laundry so that we get more options to work with the books. And then we'll just see where we're sitting afterwards. Now this is good to know. So Eigengrau, if Gradon oil were drinkable. So this is winter, liquid, beverage, and moon. So moon, winter, and beverage are probably the three key elements here. So if I want to level up Mr. Kill, I need to remember that this is only good for 1, not 2. And as always, we need to decide where we want to keep the drinks. I guess for this time we can keep it in Elopolis Nook. Intoxicating. Quick, bring me a beaker of wine so that I may wet my mind and say something clever. Hello, Tiberiosity. How are you doing? You were doing Final Fantasy last time I saw you, I think. I know you play that game a lot, so I realize that probably doesn't really narrow it down, but... Okay, let's see if we can consolidate the library a little bit. Advice on containment. Thyrza Blake discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and Mantis things in it. Thyrza is irritatingly light on specifics, insisting above all that the duties of an adept are the duties of a host, and that a conjured spirit should be kept in as luxurious a vessel as possible. Thyrza notes the similarities between the lantern-long habit of scrying, returning to the physical world despite their absence of a body by entering a mirror of light, and Pomander's techniques for confining Mantis Long to mirrors. She wonders whether Pomander himself might be lured to visit Hush House if provided with a sufficiently alluring scrying. Oh, I'm sorry, or hang on. Wait, had a moment on Wednesday. Sorry, what happened on Wednesday? Oh, our first pattern. This is a good one. I don't think we have any more narrow shelves to put this on, so we'll just stick it up here. Okay. There's actually a few possibilities that are opened up by this. Oh, I'm sorry. I see what you're saying now. All right, and if you can give me a minute here, I do need to step away for a moment. I did sort of mess up my planning. So what I'll do, I know I'm really close to the ending time. I'll try and add a little bit more time to the stream, but I do just need to get up and take care of something, and then I'll be right back. So sorry for the abrupt exit, but I will see you all in a minute. Maybe while you're doing that, you can give Tiberiosity a follow if you feel like watching some Final Fantasy 14. Assuming that you haven't completely broken with it. Anyways, I'll see you all in a little bit. We have Momoko Hana and Yuyu Hana in the stream. These are, I like to call them Kite's spies. It is lovely to see you two. Thank you for stopping by. I already had an excuse to go a little bit later tonight, but I have an even better one with you two, so I hope you are doing well. I don't know if you have schoolwork that you need to get up to, but I think you've seen us play Book of Hours before, but you have not seen Book of Hours with the Lighthouse Institute. So we probably won't do it tonight, but they've added some new material in this game where you can host parties. Done it all for the weekend. Excellent. Well, I hope you have a very fun weekend. I hope Kite streams so that we'll all be able to see him. But I have been quite well. I know I can't remember if I had the new job the last time you two were in here, but I did start a new job in January, and that has been going very well. I really enjoy what I do, and I've been feeling quite good about work lately. But on top of that, I get to play an early beta of this new DLC for Book of Hours. So I'm playing a game I really like. I have lots of... Oh, that's right. He is. Okay, so I guess I'm the plan B. I'm second best. It's the best available. But we'll do a good show without him. But yeah, no. So things are going very well. I hope you two are doing well. It's always very nice to see you. I should also say too, not to keep this entirely focused on Momo and you, but for those of you who are curious about this game and wondering what it's about, please do feel free to ask questions. I know we're in a little bit of a lull just because of my despairing tryst, but I do have a few things that I can explain while we're waiting for the next season. I'm going to do some laundry. For a shilling, the Sweet Bones will take care of my laundry. Sweet Bones is taking care of my laundry. And let's see, so I've got 2... I don't think there's much I can do with the Bells and Braziers, but let's see if I can beat the odds. Bitter Black Salts. I don't dislike it. Let's see what Pyroglyphics gives me. More Westcott's compounds. Well, we don't have bitter black salts yet, so we'll work with that. Concentrate smoldering essences into a forge ingredient. Bells and Braziers with Princess level forge creates bitter black salts. Or if I had metal to scholar level forge, I could alloy it into something exotic. Part of the Secret Service stuff too. I am not American, so I couldn't be a member of the Secret Service. But we all know that Kite is an elite agent, which is why he has to go all over the world. So I'm glad we all agree with this. And Momo is wondering, what is the point of having a party in this game? So sometimes just being able to hang out with people is reason enough. But there's actually something very specific that happens in this game. So one thing that can happen is based on the conversation with having the party, or it's called a salon in this game. So that's, I believe it has its origins in French. But the idea here is that you gather a bunch of people together and you put the right types of food and all of that. You put all of the effort into inviting the guests and making sure they have, good food and drink. And what you will get out of the conversations, in addition to some more information about the world and the game, you will get lessons from them. So you'll be able to improve your skills, and that will allow you to write manuscripts, which will help complete these different constellations inside here. So we're right now working on the Affair of the God in the Wood, and I believe that might be this one. You get them drunk and talk nice. Exactly. In fact, there's a lovely little quote. It's from a Greek play, but this is Eigengrau, if Graydon oil were drinkable. This one says intoxicating. Quick, bring me a beaker of wine so that I may wet my mind and say something clever. So anyways, you have the party so you can learn a little bit more about the world and that you can sort of get along with people. But one of the things that will help you get, when you get those lessons, and they'll help you bring certain endings about to the different stories that come up. Again, we've got the story of the Affair of the God in the Wood, and we helped out D.I. Moore. D.I. Moore decided that there was nothing at the Laterian that merited a bureau investigation. The ultimate goal is going to be the Lighthouse Institute. So I think you might remember from the last time we talked about this, one of the things that's interesting about Book of Hours is that you go through all these different rooms, and each of these rooms sort of have an attachment to a certain period of history for the house. So this is the baronial period, when it was run by the De Wolfs, barons and baroness, who inherited the house from the Abbey, St. Brendan's. So the Abbey was the Solar Gothic period. From the 11th to the early 16th century, the Sisters and Brothers of St. Brendan's dwelt on the Isle. It was a holy place, a wealthy place, and a center of learning. though a surprisingly obscure one. Then in 1534, the Bronze King Henry dissolved the foundation, exiled the Brethren, and gave the Isle to the family de Wolf. Before the Solar Gothic period, there's the Dawn period, which is down here. We haven't unlocked any of these rooms in the playthrough. But after the de Wolfs, there was the Curia. So the Curia period in the 18th century, a secretive cabal of scholars established the Curia of the Isle to manage Hush House, making it a haven of knowledge until 1896, when a disgraced librarian brought the house to penury. And we know that librarian was Thirza Blake, which we learned inside this room. And then the last period of Hush House's history is the Nocturnal period, where it's run by an organization known as the Suppression Bureau. And they were sort of the last group to sort of take care of it before the fire and everything, you know, all the crazy stuff happened, and why the house was abandoned for 7 years. So what House of Light does is it adds another period. You get to found the next sort of era in the story of this house. So it says here, the Curia of the Isle is long gone. Once it helped preserve a little knowledge and a kind of safety here in Brandkrug, and established the position of librarian. Rowena, secretary persistent of the Curia, a complex entity who has long protected Hush House, is both exhausted and compromised, and so it is time for the librarian to return the favor and establish a successor to the Curia. Help visitors pursue their goals and develop their agendas. When you've found 6 suitable candidates inspired by agendas, you can suggest they found an organization that's a worthy successor to the Curia of the Isle. And so you assign a treasurer, who can be Fraser Strathcoyne, Princess Coquille Emergibi, or Daymare. Secretary Salvant, who would lead the Institute's healing and restoration efforts, and this can be Peter Egdistis, Eason Fekri, or Father Stanislav John Scharler. We have the Secretary Vigilant, who ensures the Institute's safety, and that can be Lala Kamia, Mrs. Zita Bukhara, or Lieutenant Arthur Thomas Moore, retired. The Secretary Enigmatic, who conceals or reveals the Institute's secrets. Serena Blackwood, who was previously a library here. Signor Corso Riverte, or Dr. Yvette Southey. And finally, the Secretary Nunciant, who would communicate and negotiate with other organizations. And here we have Madame Olympe Bichet, Dr. Ibn Aladim, who was the previous Secretary Nunciate under the Curia, or Mr. Zachary Wakefield. So one of the reasons why you want to get to know these people is because you are ultimately going to choose 6 people to found this important organization. And so in addition to helping you fulfill their needs, you just simply get to know them a bit better by hosting some parties and getting to talk to everyone. Plus, parties are fun. So those are all the reasons why you want to do that in this game. I'm going to change around the room a little bit. We also have a writing case to keep everybody's addresses, so we currently have 4 addresses. You don't actually need to, we don't necessarily need to be part of the Lighthouse Institute, I think. But there is a special role that does emerge in this case. So if you want to host a party, so here's all the guests, guest, and the Secretary Persistent. In Hush House, an empty place is often traditionally left at a table for Rowena, protectress of Hush House, and once Secretary Persistent of the Curia of the Isle. If you one day propose a successor for Rowena, seat them here. So you do have the option of changing the Secretary Persistent. This is a representation of Lady Rowena. Okay, a new day. Let's figure out what we want to do. Well, first things first, we probably want to catalog another book. Probably Baroni. Well, no, we'll finish the Curia period books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period. We will make some money right away. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. I'm going to wait to see what the day brings before I commit any whist or health. Aha! Storm. So, First thing I want to see is, do I have an option to get to the second floor of the Motley Tower? And I think we do. So if I talk to Mr. Kill, I get 4 from the storm, 1 from the health, and then if we give him the drinking cocoa again, that brings us the 6. That's a pretty important one for us, so speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Coffin Maker's Assistants. A tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. So let's talk with him about the storm. Again, we have the option of clearing out the health, the Trist Despairing, but the reason I'm not doing that is because we have a unique opportunity to get something that we really value here. So, all right, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. The influences of the turning skies can boost an assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. Something changed. Here we go. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. Ambrosial. So this will also be helpful because spices and savors can be used for cooking, but we need to find 8 forge to work with it. So it's a little difficult for us right now. I'm going to rest with the Fett, so quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. The reason for doing this is I'm still down the Trist, so I want to take the opportunity to make my read as many books as I can. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Talk to him about health. I'm ready to lend my limbs. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. It is winter, and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. So I figure we can get the last Curia period book taken care of with the Fett today. We'll work alongside each other. We'll also talk with Mr. Kill to generate some memories, remembering that memories are currently used by my Trist to just make things. So for instance, if I make another Eigengrau, I can actually use that to restore an element of the soul, and that way I don't need to worry about paying for the laundry. Right, dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Did I forget to give him the last... Yes, I need to give him the cocoa before too long because I don't want to lose the option. Alright, I deserved a little quiet time. And better now. So we'll do the same thing. We will earn some money with the whist. I'm going to use the Fett to catalog that last Curia period book. And in 16 seconds I'm going to make sure to give Mr. Kill something to drink. Okay, another memory, so it's basically the same. Here we go. I can offer my assistant something to drink. TRN Spices and Savors Department market this as the secret sacrament of the last Inca. Now, one thing I do have a tendency to do is that I will have these packages. So we've got the Dawn Lion coffee, we've got the Cater and Hero Second Flush of Sam. I should actually remember that that gives knock, so I should brew a pot of that. Actually, hang on. Oh, can't have a malady. Alright. Alright, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. The War of the Roads. So this is an Edge mystery book. Seems achievable. I think what I would do is we'd take the War of the... Oh, that's right. I need the Cucurbit Barrette inside here. But we can do that. Auroral Contemplations. I think that's the only edge that I've got. So... maybe we do use the Despairing Tryst on this one. We'll see. Actually, Victory of the Crowns is also an option. Down to the Grecians. Alright. So Mr. Kill now has his 6 heart. We're going to be able to open up the second floor, but we might as well wait for the day to finish before we commit that. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. We'll have one more chance to restore and earn some money, and then we'll get them working on my laundry. And a stolen secret, something I overheard in dreams. So we'll keep talking with Mr. Kill, because again, every memory that we get is something that we can potentially put into a recipe overnight with the Fett. We're getting close to the end of the day. Right, not too good on the memories today, but that's fine. It's a random chance, so we'll take the opportunities we can. If they materialize into something great, if they don't, we don't get too upset about that. Okay, so we're going to be a little late on finishing the laundry, but I still think making the money is worth it here. We will probably want to say... well, you know, actually I'm in no rush, so I'll talk with Mr. Kill 1 or 2 more times just to see what memories we can wring out of him. Fear is exactly the one I was looking for. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So, plans moving forward. We've got 4 baronial period books in this room. So I think what we'll do is baronial is handled by the Fett, and maybe we use the health to look at the nocturnal books. Now, nocturnal books are not they're not completely free of curses. They're just less likely. Okay. But yeah, I figured the Solar and Dawn books are going to be a bit of a challenge, so... Alright, so we're gonna sleep on the Fear. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. We've got Forge and Lantern, Knock and Moon, and Grail and Rose, so not a ton of well, actually no, there is one combination I can do at the Vagabond's desk. So if I take that Gossip... I add the Tryst here, so we can get another salt sign, basically. But that allows me to consider the other salt sign and see what that does. Alright, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So, we'll take the laundry. Basket of Journey laundry. Once it's washed, it'll be suitable again. For a shilling, the Sweet Bones will take care of my laundry. The Sweet Bones is taking care of my laundry. And we don't want to have the day's efforts count for nothing, so we will talk with after we talk with Mr. Kill. There's another Gossip. We'll We'll get him to handle the Motley Tower second floor. A nasty theoplasmic miasma hangs around the room above. It's no longer strong, but it'll take years to dissipate to the point of safety. With the right help, I can raise counter-influences. So in a minute, we'll have access to this. And again, I forgot one of the tools. So out of the tools, Mortar and Pestle is worth 1 Forge and 1 Nectar. Cucurbit Barrette will get me Edge. The Shears of the Sisterhood will get me Moth. And, sorry, was there another one? I think, the Spice Scales will get me Grail, as well as help me with cooking. So, again, not something I normally would have done, but because this gets me so many tools, I chose to open this room rather than this one, or cure my tryst. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Elegant as a flower petal. Alright. So for this one, I'm going to go straight to considering... Oh, I can't. Alright, well, I'll save that for later then. This time I think I want to wait to see what the weather brings. We'll still catalog with the Fett, but... This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So, Moth and Moon. Moth isn't irrelevant to us, but one Moth, one Moon really doesn't do that much. So in this case, I think I'm willing to basically put all of my elements of the soul towards cataloging books here. So we'll take the Whist. That's definitely one that I want to put on a Nocturnal. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And then health. There we go. Fresh, clean, dry. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So this one I went heavier on the books just because we don't have anything immediately that we can use to read these. Here we go. The Motley Tower Dispensary. This room may originally have served as a working dispensary, but some of its more eccentric fittings were added by Christopher Alopoli in his time here. By that point, he had severed ties with his adoptive father. He had been using the Alopoli name for years and had no access to the Strathcoyne fortune, but traveling at night had sold surprisingly well, much better than his poetry, and he had a little money of his own by then, enough to indulge his preferences. So quite a few items in here. So first of all, we have a bunch of texts. So I'm going to put these... Actually, you know what? I'm going to put the salt sign on the shelf here. I think I'm just going to move everything into the reading room. Okay. The brazen clock. It is not immediately apparent that this clock lacks hands, although when wound, it dutifully ticks. We've got a few items here. So we've got Lethe, a dark and syrupy liquor favored in unnamed forest villages. Mortar and Pestle, crush, so forge and nectar here. Ichor auroral, no dawn knows only a single color, no sky knows only a single dawn. We've got Thyrsus cordials. Separately, each is undrinkable, but mix them and they're only undrinkable after 15 minutes. Lambeg Broselindi, distilled from apples in the oldest forest of the western continent. Desiccated witchworms, nasty little things, but almost safe when they're this dead. A Scaptodon fang. It is rare for the lionsmith to make Scaptodons now, but they are difficult to kill and live a very long time. Iotic essence. In the latter operations of the forge, the madrigad yields the true forge of days, and the essence begins to redden. The bit about the true Forge of Days nearly got St. Melisandre burned for heresy, but no one ever said she was wrong about the second part. Glassfinger Toxin, what is without, what is without, within, a poison sacred to the votaries of the Menascate. More Lethe Lees, the dark aftermath of a dark drink. We have a tall candlestick, elegant simplicity, good for lantern. Serpent-styled glass, carved snakes writhe down the frame. A prominent inscription reads, "To the librarian Gervenius, in earnest of our wager." A sly alembic, a cheeky decanter of wine fortified with unusual influences, good for quite a bit of grail and quite a bit of heart, so if I want to use that to boost my followers. It's actually a cooking ingredient. This will be part of something greater when you have House of Light cooking ingredients can be used for cooking and making food in the kitchen. Domaine Reveline. The Revelines abandoned their lands, and yet someone is still making this wine. Spice scales, redolent of decades of piquant passage. Spicing, tool or knowledge that might be used to add more exotic savors. Catwink. The smell of catwink puts off vermin, but is very difficult to read in sunlight. An ink of containment. Wolf Snow Ampule. Far too cold to ever melt in anything but the hottest noonday sun. It will very gradually consume human flesh. Snoodle Jar. Useful for calcination, purification, alteration. Invaluable for snoodlery. Tanglebrag. A clot of wood, leaves, and feathers that might draw the attention of an entity called Knowing Not. January Sanguinary. Also called Sanguis Saltandis, or by the ignorantly superstitious, the true blood of St. Januarius. Bitter black salts, bitter as chicory, dark as secrets, but the first rung on the traditional alchemical ascent. Westcott's compounds, reagents and activants to enhance alchemical operations or the flavor of one's pipe tobacco. Ichor vitreous, a pale and watchful fluid that can be gathered sometimes when the door in the eye is opened. A cranial tchotchke. We all of us come to this condition in the end, but not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wooden stand. Shears of the Sisterhood, black iron shears marked with the Sisterhood's triple knot. This is the moth tool I was talking about. And a viper egg, a serpent in waiting. So, like I said, lots of stuff here. Third floor Motley Tower is 6 heart or 6 sky. Now, it's not... this is not irrelevant, but it's not as immediately necessary for me to get this open as, say, the dispensary. Oh, actually, it just occurred to me the Cucurbit Barrette is not in this room anymore. So I've lost my edge tool that I was expecting. That actually keeps me from doing what I wanted. Oh well. Alright, The True History of Valentine de Wolf, written in the third person by Valentine de Wolf, rarely coherent, though it includes some useful footnotes on falconry and on exotic veterinary medicine. A bit tough for us to read, but we might have the option if a storm comes. We'll use the Fets. Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. Colors in the Liver, Ilse Bischoff's most controversial film, blamed for outbreaks of cannibalistic killings in Tiflis and Leipzig. So we'll need to get our Grail up for that, but also an option. Oh, Experiment Beyond Sight. I was not expecting 2 films. Elsa Bischoff's bewildering, widely derided film. I think this is the one that I'm missing in my YouTube playthrough, and is the one I was actually kind of hoping to get. Okay, so at this point we're just waiting for all the resting to finish, but that's fine because I know we didn't have too many expectations in terms of how the day would progress. I do need to make a decision as to whether or not I'm going to stick with this scale. I don't think it's a bad idea. but it would be nice if I had a little bit more of a theory in terms of how I was going to get the level I wanted. Yeah, so for today, again, at least until spring, our goal is going to be to read as many of these texts as I can. Obviously, we have got our work cut out for us, but this is kind of a nice position to be in because we've got, over the course of the day, so here's an example. Let's say we get another storm. I think it's fair to say that my priority right now is on reading as many books as possible. So another storm probably means that I'm going to use that to restore my my tryst. If I... Actually, now that I think of it, so I've got Sacralamea, so Enbury and Lapidary, so that's 2. Yeah, so you know what, even if we get a gale, we should be good. Yeah, this is actually a lot like my apartment, Momo, except for the fact that I don't have shelves in my apartment, so the library is a little bit better. I don't know how much you've seen me play this, but one of the things I really like about this is that not only do you learn more about the house and the people inside the house as you go through the different rooms, but when you read certain books, you learn a little bit more about the world. And much like when you read the right types of books in the real world, sometimes things you read in previous books, they mean something new. Basically, if you... Like, I've definitely had moments where I'll be playing this game and I think I kind of understand what a certain book is trying to tell me. And then I encounter something else. Maybe I see something in one of these rooms. Actually, there's a really good example of this. There's something that we see in this room here, which when you watch this film, it makes a little bit, yeah, exactly like Insight. You get to, you definitely get to appreciate a little bit more of this world. And that's very deliberate, right? Like the game is very relaxed. It's like being alone in a big manor. You know, it's nice that you can now bring friends over if you want. But, you know, being left alone with a house full of books and reading them and all of a sudden learning a lot more than you thought you knew can be quite exciting. And that's one thing that the game does very, very well. Okay, so against the Sisterhood of the Knot and the foulness of their depraved customs, we're not quite ready for reading that, but we are getting closer. And at this point, we're really just... really just making money here. I think... Yeah, I'll go for the money. It's a little more dull when we don't have someone to talk to, but... But tomorrow we'll employ the Fet, the Health, and one of the Wisps towards reading books. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers of the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. And let's do some laundry. Okay, so yeah, no real memories for us to work with, so nothing for the Tryst to do. Again, cured with Sky, so if we get a Gale, if we get, even if we get Solace, as long as we're able to find the Sky through another means. I guess that would be through the Veiled Goddess Lapsing Sushong, but normally I wouldn't want to use that tea. Maybe I should be willing to, though. Actually, if we get a sunny day, that would be a good way of using it. Alright, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So for this one, we're going to use the FET to catalog another book. We'll wait to see what we use with the Whist and the Health. Snow! Alright, so this is a pretty big deal for us. So, I'm going to have to make some decisions here. So I think the original plan... So first of all, let me just double check that we don't have any winter mysteries to handle. I think we're good. May want to consider these. Okay, so here are my options. We can get Sky Stories from Against the Sisterhood, or we can get Furs and Feathers from True History of Valentine de Wolf. So the first question would be, can I actually pull off this Mastery Sky? Well, if we have not Bells and Braziers, Anbury and Lapidary. So 2 there, plus the snow is 5. And if we add to it Barren Silence's Astrolabe, that brings us up to 6. So if we want the benefits of these texts, we can read the books and gain the skill. The alternative is we can see what happens with Mr. Kill. So if we talk with Mr. Kill, he has 2 winter, and we give him a Whist, which brings him up to 4. We would give him the snow, which brings him up to 7. So then the question is, do I have another winter? Yes, I do. I could give him the Eigengrau, which would bring him up to 8. So, and then the other alternative is I take my Tryst with the Eigengrau and I get my Tryst back. I think in this case I'm going to talk with Mr. Kill so we can get the room open. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. I do want to get the Despair handled, but there's a few... I do like the idea of getting another room open at a low cost. So here we'll use the health to earn the money. There's not much work on offer at Ragkrug, but I can find 6p worth of odd jobs. Mr. Kell can always spare a few hours to help a friend. So we'll talk. No! I'm getting a memory. Oh well. We'll talk to him about the snow, talk to him about the Whist. Make sure we get everything lined up. And exercises in the continuity of self. Now this has Chionic Theoplasma, so we want to get that to a safe place. Eight winter text, but if I use it with, what is it, Tristan Health. Okay, so actually if I use it with Whist, I'd be fine. Something for me to consider, perhaps. So we can get up to 6 alone here. So really we just add a winter memory and we can actually read this book. This would give us Rhyme and Remembrance. We'd probably get 2 Rhyme and Remembrance, though. And there's a regret. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, we'd listen. Watch for what lies ahead. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. My assistant and I will be prudent, so let's talk about the snow. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. The influences of the turning skies can boost an assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. How often do you talk about the weather, you and Momo? Or you and Momo? I'm sorry, I don't know the best way to pronounce it, but is this... It did comment on it being a useful thing in Britain, but I don't know how well that travels internationally. Okay, let's give him a drink. If Grey Dawn oil were drinkable, I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. You is fine. Okay. Did you say weather? Yes, I did. So there's a little bit of a reference in here where if you talk to a character about the weather, it specifically says more useful than you might think, especially in Britain. Because there's, I guess, a belief that if you talk about the weather, you don't, like, you've sort of run out of things to talk about. There isn't anything interesting being said. But in the case of this game, it is actually something that is quite helpful to do. And it's talking specifically about how that's a useful thing to do in Britain, as opposed to other regions. So I happen to like that line, but I don't know how well it travels. It is very hot. Okay, it's hot in Eastern Canada as well. Make it go away. A good swim is the only solution I have to this. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? So I am doing okay as far as money is concerned. I may want to start using that money to do other things. We are, however, also about to go into another season, so let's see what we can do with the miner before we hop off the deep end, especially because we're going to have our fear to work with. This, by the way, is probably my favorite, if not, or I'll say one of my favorites for sure, but depends how good the tale is. But this song here, Subtle Old Soldier, is one of, if not my favorite, on the soundtrack. The floods in Toronto were 4 or 5 Grail. At least I always associated storms with heart, but yeah, I actually didn't. I completely forget that you're in Toronto, Casey. I hope you're. I hope you got through them. Okay, so I've got the Solace here. This may be the time I want to make my move. Right, I can't... why did I think the Astrolabe would cover this? Unless I find a two sky drink. That's not happening. So I think what I'll do is I'll hang on to the fear, because if we wind up trying to open up the ruinous hall, I think the miner will appreciate the fear the most. Okay, we'll turn this into money. Ooh, storm. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Now this will allow me to use a tool and a memory, so I'm a little curious. Oh, hang on. Well, there's still something I'm going to try. So if we add the Tryst here, and if I add the Storm and then the Solace... Right, we're still short on the Sky because we don't have... Oh, this might do something, though. That'll only take an element of the soul, so we're back to the same problem. Now we do have Sky available, though. So I have all these instruments that I can use. But again, what do I think I'm doing with the instrument? So no place to put my edge, sadly. This still does it, though. Okay, so I can make an awakened feather. This is one short. I wish I could have done a little more with that. But yeah, we'll make an awakened feather. It won't do anything for me, but spark a life current and an abandoned feather. And then if we can do something with the forge, so much the better. Okay, the revelation here is interesting, but I don't really have a use for it. We originally used that for the lantern text, but... Okay, night has fallen, dawn will come soon, definitely keeping the fear. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Dreaming on a memory will preserve it past dawn, allowing you to keep it until the following day. So I am going to wrap up reasonably soon. I think what I'll do is I'll try and put a couple of my plans into play. So I'll definitely open up the silvered snares. When the mirrors in this room the mirrors in this room teem with watchful spirits and perilous reflections. They can be mollified and banished, but only a fool would attempt a solitary exorcism of a room where all the haunts are doubled. So, I think what I'll do is I'll at least open up the ruinous hall, and then we'll see where we are in terms of the overall session. Alright, a smooth sweep of quill, alert with life. So we might be able to make use of this at the Alchemist's Glassware, but nothing is certain yet. Let's see what I can do. Alright, that's a non-starter. This I don't think takes edge, yeah. But the Madrigad does take forge, so if I want, I can actually put quenchings and quellings in to get the Eigengrau. I guess I don't need the foresight for that. Emberian Lapidary, not enough forge. I don't know if we tried Pyroglyphic. Okay, Westcott's Compounds. Bitter black salts. Alright. So doesn't really matter what order I do any of this in, but I do want to get another Eigengrau. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Carried a memory like a flambeau, safe through the mazes of night. Now, I think last time we did this, we were a little surprised in terms of the season, so I want to see what happens when the weather comes. Hail! Okay, that's going to be interesting to work with. So this might be the time that I finally cure my malady, because I mean, I guess we have the dim hall. If I hired Denzil, he would have 1, that brings him up to 4. We could give the T, which I think would be another edge. 5. Yeah, still doesn't really work though. So, if I bring in the... Oh no! Okay. So the infirmary bed will cure me. So I think the problem here is if I try to occupy it here, another room, I'm sleeping somewhere else at the moment. Use the soul card in the current bed to decamp, and then come back here to move in. So, decamp, Hush House is a mansion of many rooms. I will move to a different one. There's other things that I can do, so let's go to the Sweet Bones. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. I'll double check that there isn't any other drink for me to take advantage of. Nope, so we will pour the tea. Serve appropriately. Pour out. Poured out. It is another season. The yearly stipend from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. So we definitely don't need to worry that much about money. We'll see who visits. Still sticking with the plan here, so we will catalog books. Book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. All right, the Hall of Division. Ava de Wolf first furnished this as her Hall of Division, holding feasts where the guests were selected by unusual and exacting criteria. Later, Thirza Blake, 7th librarian, employed the speculist Pomander to add more mirrors. Lots more mirrors. So we have a vase of amaryllis, a soft flowered ornament. And we have Hendrik's blade, a long hunting knife, or a short close quarters sword. A plaque reads Hendrik de Wolf, 1525. Knife. This is the line of division. Wolf. We have Ava and Abraham, 1724, a magnificent depiction in oils of an elegantly dressed 18th century couple. The face of the gentleman, however, was long ago obliterated by a splash of some dark, corrosive substance. We've got the mirrors. It is often said of Lady Ava later that she was always good with mirrors. So this will accept element of the soul and light. We'll also accept memory and light. Finally, we have another salon. We can host another salon in this area. So Bring light back to the mirrors where once Lady Ava held court. Here one might have lunch in the afternoon or supper in the evening. A good host will provide at least one first course, one main course, one side dish, and one pudding. Now that's interesting that they give the instructions in the Hall of Division. So for the garden, it says here one might have a picnic, but only in spring or summer. So it doesn't really recommend that much in terms of dishes, but that's actually good to know. And here we can still have 5 guests and the secretary persistent. Okay, good to know. Still working on the hail. Now, if I want to hire the miner, I'm going to need to get my health back. I can still work with that, though. All right, gather my belongings, refresh the sheets for any guests I might have, ready to move on. So, the plan here is going to be claim the guest bed in the infirmary, so I need my health back for that. Then I renew my health, and then we see if we have enough time to hire the miner. The surface of the substance is difficult to resolve, almost as if it weren't there at all. So we'll just hang out for a little bit here. Wrapped in the king. In 8 heart text. Not impossible for us because quenchings and quellings is one of our stronger heart skills, but not ready to make a bet on that yet. I won't use the laundry in this case just because I may want to use that, or no, I can't use that for healing, but still, I have other plans. Okay, so we want to bring the health back first. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie, with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. And here is Eason Fekri. Formerly, Eason was a healer. He was not human. He was Secretary Salvant of Hush House, but not all at the same time. Fussy, kind, famously foul to look upon. So we might as well talk with him about the affair of the god in the wood right away. So it is good to be back. Thank you for seeing me. This curious matter in the Black Forest. I hope I can find something in the collection there to understand better. Try a book with as much mystery heart as their heart interest. So they understand Greek and Deep Bandaic. So I think we'll just give them Apollo and Marsyas, same as Douglas. I'm more interested in the therapeutic angle than the artistic one, although there is something here that, shall we say, tugs at the coattail of my thoughts. The text is useful, thank you, but now that I'm back at Brandkrug, I've realized the oddest thing. The work that's coming out of this place, it's very like the work that Thyrza used to do. I'm sure you know she was librarian before you. Perhaps a coincidence, perhaps not. Now, it did just occur to me, I should have seen if, because there are some texts that Eason has written that I think we actually do own. Yeah, The Sea Does Not Regret. So what I should have done... Oh my! Old Memories Librarian. Some of them, well, some of those memories are better than others. Can I take a look? Eason will examine the book and return it to you. He won't leave until his other business is concluded. Okay, so I'm going to let him look at that first. The Sea Does Not Regret actually has a couple of the lines that I like in this, so good book. Okay, we're making some progress through the day, so that does make me a little worried, but we're not in a crisis yet. Again, first priority is the tryst. We can always hang on to the fear. Oh, actually, we may not be able to hang on to the fear, so... Better now. Okay. So if I want to hire a worker... I'm gonna take a chance. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. Okay. So while we do that, I want to occupy the infirmary. Camp, I will make this my lodgings for the time being. Move your belongings into this room. You can then use this bed to rest the soul cards and recover maladies. So I normally would be able to hang on to the fear here, but I'm going to be using this to heal up my sickness. So, thus they more or less ruled themselves with the help of their wild Celtic temperament, made wilder by the hardness of their lives and the truly ghastly conditions under which they worked. With all this, it is not to be wondered that the Tinners acquired the reputation of being scarcely human. But it must be remembered that among them at all times were those whose characters could stand comparison with the best of men. L. Russell Muirhead. Okay, let's use the whist to make some money while we wait. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. I'm going to talk to these guys about the scale right away. Does the Sweet Bones still do that stargazy pie? Perhaps I'll drop in on my way home. Come to think of it, that reminds me of recipe. You have to hear this. Spices and savors, excellent. I think I'm actually going to talk with him about the affair of the God in the Wood. The Lytirian, a faddish health camp in the Black Forest, has attracted the attention after many of its clients have developed sudden, sometimes upsetting artistic abilities. This text is useful, thank you, but now that I'm back in Brandkrug, I've realized the oddest thing. The work that's coming out of this place, it's very like the work that Thyrza Blake used to do. I'm sure that you know she was librarian here before you. Perhaps coincidence, perhaps not. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. I think this will allow me to do some gardening. This is looking a little scary. So I think I might have been a bit premature in hiring the miner. But we'll see. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. Spices and savors, there is no sacrifice without sustenance. We might be able to make this work. An afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So, we're not touching the Sweet Bones anymore. Okay. So we've got Eason's card, so if I want to use the occult scrap, it would be a good time to do so. We can also just wait with it. And we're going to talk to the miner right away about the fear. Oh yeah, you know what? I don't even need the health for this. I was wasting time. I can discuss memory with my assistant. So all I need to do is give them the serpent-styled glass, and they will be able to open up the ruinous hall. And in fact, we can hire them again when my health is ready, and they can also open up the serpent-haunted bedroom. So we really just needed another season, and we were good to go. All right, This is a safe place for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. So please tell me we can make this work. Oh no! I didn't pay attention to the skills. Jesus Christ. I think all that effort was for nothing. All right, let's see if we can recover this. This is the #1 priority. I definitely should have paid much closer attention to my options here. So if I add the Tryst, we would want to add the T. So Weaving and Not Working doesn't have Sky. Inviolable doesn't have Sky. Yep. No luck here, I'm afraid. I also might have made my life more difficult, so it could be that there are some things in the guest room that would make it better. Anyways, we know we can do the shift if I need to. It is a shame that the hail's going to be wasted. If I had an edge tool, I could try and make something of this with the... I'm just trying to think if there's something I can maybe do with this. So the edge isn't on... well, hang on. What am I saying? We just read the War on the Roads. Okay, look, it's not my favorite choice. But it's better than just wasting it. So I'll actually do this overnight. So yeah, this is a bit of a shame. I obviously just wasted my health for something I couldn't actually achieve. This does have heart though, so when a gale or a storm does come by, we'll probably be okay. But I still need to think about what will incorporate. No, we do actually want to move back to the guest bed. Okay, so that's actually a double waste, but that's fine. I know better for future. Can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. And you know what? Let's just lock this in. So this gives us Menescate Reflections. Right. And we do have the potential danger of cursing this book, but this is just a chance for us to make something of the hail, so I can master this mystery. So in 16 seconds, we will apply this to the Ruinous Hall. Actually, maybe we'll talk with the miner first, because we're going to be occupied for a bit anyway. Okay. I could encourage my assistant, work with them, or for a little while exalt them. Or I could just listen to whatever they might have to say. So this is just me accumulating memories for the next day, if we can. This might take us into the next day, but it's, you know, it's despairing Tryst. Like, not much to be done about that. Tomorrow we'll use the FET to catalog a baronial period book. We'll use the WISP the way we have before. We'll probably wind up hiring another miner. Just learned something, or perhaps just remembered it. So I don't think we can take that with us to the infirmary. But yeah, the plan will be tonight we unlock the Ruinous Hall, and tomorrow we will open the Serpent Haunted Room. And that's the minimum for the spring. We might have other options. Okay. Ruinous Hall. This place was bright and busy once. It can be so again, but it'll be grueling work to make it so, not suitable work for a librarian. Okay, the War of the Roads, 1451 to 1551. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own, in detail, from its beginnings as a martial philosophical dispute between the dawn and sunset roads of alchemy to a war which ravaged half of Europe. It is not now widely believed that the sons and daughters of the Red Rose were forged into immortals. Understandably, they are, after all, now long dead. The forge itself devoured the greatest among them. The royalty of England, according to Willis Ford, became the sovereigns of the leashed flame, destroying or transforming their enemies, conquering Europe, establishing grand cathedrals to St. Spark. The alliance with the Forge begins to take its toll. At last, the Bronze King undergoes his great misfortune and great debasement, and is afterwards known as the Copper King. His attempt to cheat the Forge ends badly. The leashed flame is released, and the king's heirs are merely mortal sovereigns. So Menescate Reflections, we'll add that right away, and we have Foresight, yet another text, and we did not transfer the curse. Good for me. All right, use this lesson to acquire a new skill. Now, what's always worth noting, so we were talking a little bit about how certain texts will tell you some things. So this was talking about older kings. Now, there are some indications here that some of these, the Copper King, Henry, was the one that gave the island to Hendrik de Wolf. But it's also worth remembering... Oh, was this... I'm trying to find another reference to a new king. But anyways, there's references to the new king in here. And so when you start seeing books that talk about the descendants of kings, it's also worth paying attention to that, because that does come up later on in the story. Excuse me. So I always like kind of noting that stuff when we can, just because it's nice for it not to feel like a complete surprise when it arrives. Okay, here we're going to decamp. Hush House is a mansion of many rooms. I'll move to a different one. Don't see any use for the FET other than cataloging, so we'll do that here. And I guess I need to generate the fear first, so maybe we're not going to hire the miner tonight. Okay, the Gale. So Anbury and Lapidary and Gale, and we don't even need to worry about the Veiled Goddess Lapsang Souchong. I'll put that back in the library here. Okay, so we know with time we will be able to cure the Trist malady. I think that's the right call in this case. So we won't worry about... we won't worry about the hireling today. Menescate Reflections. Without is purified, within is erased. So that's a edge skill for us. Now, it's no better than Auroral Contemplations, but it's nice to know that we have it. Here we've got the Servants' Hall. Hendrik de Wolf, 1st Baron Brandkrug, was granted hush... Oh, this is a good time. Hendrik de Wolf, 1st Baron Brandkrug, was granted Hush House after the dissolution of St. Brendan's by Old Copper-Nose, King Henry VIII. In an act of unusual generosity for that tight-fisted king, the grant came with the title of Baron and the right sicunt regale, like a king, the quasi-independence traditionally accorded to marcher lords. Hendrik was clearly determined to live as befitted his new rank and expanded the house accordingly to support sufficient staff. In this room, we have 2 packages, a slim parcel carefully wrapped in brown paper and contraband flotsam, salt-stained and wave-racked, a midnight mark, a blemish left on a page or a skin by a careful incision, a judicious sting to preserve a little of the power of night, a moth orchid-scented candle, a candle scented with moth orchid, a widow's candle, lighted in remembrance, a pigeon statuette, a beautifully enameled little image, the maker's mark is AW, a piano, a gift from Kitty Mazarine, who would sometimes pop by of an evening to sing, but her successor Solomon, never one for music, disliked the way its notes would drift up the stairs to the reading room and forbade the staff to play their piano before sunset. Warmly colored yarns, a blushing nest of possibilities, misshapen fruit, salvaged windfalls, lumpy but tasty. Here we have a bronze knife, a long knife of age-darkened metal with a teak handle inlaid with bone. It could be a hunting knife, although it's certainly no older than the 19th century, and it's not clear why anyone might have chosen to make a hunting knife out of bronze in the 19th century. Another widow's candle, an inscribed clock, a gift from Sir David Green to a favorite retainer, and finally the loom. And there the golden threads they wove, and in the moon's house fast they tied them, from the lay of Helgi Hundingsbane. Oh, I also forgot the misshapen fruit, salvaged windfalls, lumpy but tasty. Okay, so the room we want to get into is the ruined kitchen, 6 forge, 6 sky, but not until we handle our quenchings and quellings. And in this case, I'm going to risk my whist. We will read a book at the pale desk, but we'll make sure it's a nocturnal one. This book was probably written around the time of Hushed House's nocturnal period after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. I also had the option of opening a package with the whist, but I do prefer cataloging books at this point. Stone Histories. The agitator and pamphleteer Alexander Sparrow inveighs against the monstrous serpents, thieves of history. So this is one we can definitely read without too much trouble. Oop. Gather my belongings, refresh the sheets for any guests I might have, ready to move on. So yeah, the funny thing is, if I had poured myself the tea, I could have just used the Solace. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Or Storm. Anyways, like I said, it doesn't matter. We're on our way to health. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So, here we want to restore the health. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. There's the tuppence. At a spring, this landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie, with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. Nothing with the tryst yet. We're going to need to wait a minute before we can occupy the guest bed. So based on the... if there isn't any weather, we will open up the serpent-haunted bedroom with the miner. And if there is a question of whether the priority would be the ruined kitchen. We don't have any, so it's worth mentioning here that there's nothing in terms of special visitors are a special case, but in the case of regular people we can hire, There's nothing about the ruined kitchen that's all that special. We can either hire Denzel, who has 2 forge, so it's just a question there. We would we'd need to give him a memory, and then theoretically we'd have to have metal for that. Or we have Mr. Kill, who has Sky already. Fisherman also has Sky. So we'd give Mr. Kill the Sky. Theoretically, we would talk to him about Faust, which brings him up to 2. We'd give him, say, Storm, which brings him up to 4, and then we need to find a way to bring it up to 6. Probably the T and the Astrolabe. Obviously, what we would really do here is we'd wait for something like the Gale, but in this case, I am trying to get the Trist sorted, so unfortunately, we miss out on the opportunity here. All right, camp. I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. So we're going to be on a tight timeline for this one, but I think we can manage it. So we've got the Trist, 3 for the Gale, 5 with the Anburian Lapidary, and we either use the Basket of Clean Linen, and if it forces us to use a drink, then we use the Veiled Goddess Lapsang Souchong, or if I want, I can use the Mist-Kissed Water or any of the other drinks. Maybe I'd use the Dandelion Wine. Or the coffee. Anyways, I have lots of options in terms of drinks. I just wanted to make sure that I had the 5 Sky. Foolish of me to... Yeah, we can at least make some money here. I haven't committed Eason's card yet simply because I would like to... Actually, it says correspondence. I can reply at the writing desk. I am curious. So if I add ink, what happens? Oop. Ah. Clever. So yeah, we had a couple of good weather events, but we have some priorities we need to get through, so didn't quite use them the way that I wanted, but I didn't necessarily use them in a way I was unhappy with either. This is a safe place for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. So, we're going to get that Trist up and running as soon as possible. So, Gale, Anburian Lapidary, and... yeah, something restorative like fresh linen or beverage. There we go, you've supplied enough Sky. So 3 minutes, we're not going to get that till tomorrow, but we'll have our element of the soul back, especially given that we are holding back on the Tree of Wisdoms for a longer period of time. Alright, I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. I think this will be it. I'm going to wait till the morning, but I think I will say I should wrap it up here because I'm almost an hour and a half past my bedtime, and I think... or not, sorry, my usual finishing time. And I think I'm starting to run out of steam a little bit. But we can talk a bit about future plans. So overall, I'm pretty happy with where we are. I think it's more likely we're going to need... hang on. So no, one thing I could do is Denzel... Denzel, a memory, and then the Veiled Goddess. The problem is I tend to like using this for the Windproud Gallery. So I'll make some decisions on whether or not I use that T later, or whether we just wait for the Sky for the Ruined Kitchen. I think the miner for the Serpent Haunted Bedroom is an obvious step, especially because we have Fear. So we can get the elements that we need whenever we want. I think I'm going to make the Tryst the one that catalogs Nocturnal Period books, because it seems to me that wasting a sky at the moment is not good. Like, it's hard for us to put together, and if I do put it together, it means I have to give up something like a storm or a gale, which I can use to open up other kinds of books. So we'll leave it there. I need to see what the weather brings. Again, we're still healing up the Tryst, so I don't want to go completely nuts in terms of how we handle it. But again, I think our main target's going to be, well, sorry, our main target is going to be the Serpent Haunted Bedroom, because we know we can get in there. Ruined Kitchen as a secondary one, and I think it's likely we'll have that happen before the end of the spring. If we get lucky, we can also handle the Gloomy Room, but I'm not gonna prioritize that. And yeah, I mean, I do still have some books to catalog. Really, I do want to get through all of these, because that is going to decide how, basically what my reading looks like. We have a couple things like Exercises in the Continuity of Self that I can use to sort of navigate, but I should... You know what, if we get a storm, I could actually cure the Chaionic Theoplasma. But yeah, no, we've definitely got more than enough to keep us busy for the next week. So it's the 19th, right? Yeah. All of that we will handle in a future playthrough. Again, thank you everybody for watching. If you have not picked up Book of Hours yet, I recommend at the very least wishlisting it. But if you are looking for more of this game, I will be streaming this hopefully for the entire week next week. And of course, with that, we will be, we'll be trying to get to a little bit more of the. Sorry, what am I trying to say? I'm going to try and get more of the House of Light content. Now, I don't see anybody streaming Book of Hours, but I do notice that someone called Mangled Pork has actually quite a few people watching them play Cultist Simulator, so I'm going to raid them. Just so that we can keep it on a Secret Histories theme tonight. So thank you everybody for watching. I'm going to be catching up on a bunch of stuff over the weekend, but I will see you all on Monday for more Book of Hours early beta of House of Light. Until then, have a wonderful night and treat Mangled Pork well. See you then.